Hello there, I'm Zoodle. Welcome to my forever world. I'm so excited to get started. Let's punch a tree. Our first tree punched in what will hopefully be a world that I play in for years to come. Since the beginning, I've, made worlds, left worlds, upgraded computers or going from a computer to console and then back to computer, that kind of thing, and never ported my worlds over. But here I am in a world that hopefully I'll be able to have as long as I want it, which I'm willing to say will be forever. I usually play a lot of hardcore in this game, so it's going to be nice to kind of take it easy and not care if I die. Obviously, it matters if you die in survival. You don't want to lose all your things, but it's much less pressure when the world doesn't delete itself when you die. So, here we are. Let's go right into here and see what happens when I die. Uh-oh. Okay, I won't do that. I kind of feel regretful for doing that. Moving on, let's go ahead and get ourselves some stone tools and just get ourselves situated a little bit for the first night. Okay, we don't get all day, Zoodle. Let's get to work on making some tools. Try to find some food here. I am not a vegetarian. Sorry, piggies. I'm excited to check out the rest of this world. Oh yeah, what a seed. I'm really excited for this seed. I can already envision some cool builds for the future. I've been yapping for a while and the sun is about to go down already. And I don't have any wool. I'm still getting food. I gotta get some iron so I can go get some wool so maybe I can make a bed. Whatever, we're living large. We won't lose the world if we die. A village! There's a village over there. I'll just go over there. I'll probably just set a spawn here. I might just stay up the first night and just be kinda brave. Oh wait, what am I doing? No. Oh, well, I guess I'm gonna sleep through the first night. I don't know how to use my own keyboard. What's up, guys? Thanks for letting me use your bed. It's so nice to be here to take your wheat. Thank you for that. Why are you in here just sighing to yourself, man? Are you good? Now that I've got plenty of food, I'm gonna get myself acquainted with the surrounding areas here. And now we got a few cows here. That is only part of what I was wanting to do. I want to go and get myself some more tools at some point soon here. I think we're going to do build right over here, and it's going to look cool. And I'm really excited for it. So please trust me, it's going to be sick. But I am getting way ahead of myself, and I need to get myself some tools so that I can actually make the build happen back there. Let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and commandeer this home as my little base of operations while I get some materials together and start building my own house. Then they can have this house back. But it doesn't even look like anybody uses the house to sleep in. They just use it as like a common area or something. Or maybe I stole the bed. I don't really know. They'll get it back eventually. This should be pretty good here. I think this will be a nice amount of stuff for a little mining trip. I think I'm going to head over that way. I saw something that way. So let's just go jump in a hole. Speaking of jumping in a hole, I feel like this guy got exiled down here. I know there's somebody down here. Hello? Is anybody down here? Mr. Villager? Oh, God. Hello? Hello? Ah! We killed our first monster. Cool. Oh, ouchies. I wonder if Mr. Villager came down here. Okay, well, Can't find them. Now I wonder if there's a skeleton spawner down there. Because, oh, ouch. Because there's a lot of skeletons down there. Well, let's just get on out of here. I'll come back for that. If that's a skeleton spawner though, that's cool to know. Okay, this time I think I really might brave the night. I'm going to tame one of you horses soon, so look forward to it. 360. Oh, I just don't think I have. Okay, I can't do it. I can't. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, you scared me. We'll be fine, right? Oh, I don't know if we'll be fine. I don't know about that. This has been quite a waste of my food. I don't know why I decided to brave the night. What are you doing, dude? Hey. Well, there goes my axe. Let's see, how many hits does it take to kill a zombie if I'm critting every time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For science. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Aww, I messed up. 12, 13, 14 hits. So it takes 14 crits and 1 hit to kill a zombie. How many hits does it take to get to the center of a zombie pop? Okay, I gotta stop. But I kind of feel like I ruined it the same way the owl ruined the licks to a Tootsie Pop in that commercial, you know? I hit him once regular. Eventually. Let's go find another zombie. Oh, hello. Come here. Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay. Oh, and there's a creeper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is dangerous. 6, but I'm invested. 7. Oh, I can't do it. That's fine. We're just going to waste all of our food. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so it's 14 and a hit then. Science rules. Thank you for tuning in to Zoodle's Science Hour, where we always figure out more Minecraft useless facts. Now let's actually set out to try to do the thing that we said we were going to set out to do in the beginning of the night, which was go mining. Oh, hi. Bye. Okay, we're almost out of food again, so that's fun, but that's okay. Let's go jump in a cave. I think I saw one over here that I wanted to check out. Plenty of beautiful trees around it, beautiful mountains, and wow. Freaking epic, dude. Yes, I can parkour. I'll take that. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go caving. I guess I can grab some copper while I'm in here. It's a nice building material. If nothing else, I can actually make myself copper armor, but I don't know if I'm gonna waste my time doing it. Ooh, lapis. Oh, and iron. Cool. Here's a quick mining tips with Zoodle. We have a lot of little segments, don't we? Mining tips with Zoodle. Tagline would be do as I say, not as I do. Because I never followed my own advice. I'm just having fun. For real though, if you get lost easily, you can always throw torches up on one side of the cave, so that you know which way is going in the cave and which way is going out of the cave. Okay, it's really scary in here. I usually always throw my torches up on my right side, so when I'm heading back out of a cave or a mine or something, I know if I see them on my left side, I'm going the right way. But I say I usually do, because sometimes I just completely ignore that and I just spam them like an idiot. And that's okay, because this game's all about just having fun. You can always just dig your way out. Also, while I've been talking about that, I have a better idea. I think I'm going to get iron by trying to go up onto this mountain and seeing if there's any up there, because I've had luck with that in the past. So let's do that first, and then we'll go into the caves. I'd say that was more successful than going to the caves. I got myself over a stack of iron and a couple stacks of coal, and I didn't even mine more than just this small part of the range. I'm good with that for now though, because I am getting full in my inventory, so I'm gonna go drop it all off back at the village down there and do a little bit more exploration. Okay, I can't stop myself. I just got to get more. Also, I'm going to be building with some different white tones today, so I'm just grabbing some calcite too while I'm up here. This is actually a really good find, honestly. After leaving the mountains, I decided to make my first saddle and befriend my first horse. Then I headed back to the village to set up for the next leg of my adventure. I got myself a horse. I love it. His name is Clopham. Clopham! I think Clopham is going to help me go try to find some sugarcane and some other well-needed materials from around the world. So me and Clopham found a ship, and I found a map. I figured I'd check in, and we could go and try to find this buried treasure together. Let's go over here, because it's really close. Just open it up, and it should be like right here. I don't know the tricks that people use. I know it's like step in front of it, and then right here maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, there it is. Alright, let's see. Come on, diamonds. Hey, we got our first diamond. Okay, we're at the stage of the game where like I kind of want to collect everything I can find, and this is not good. We don't have a whole lot of space for this stuff. Tell me in the comments, what would you get rid of in my inventory here? This is a struggle. I gotta head back to the base so I can put some of this stuff away and then go back out. Oh, wait a second. Bundles. I forgot about them. So I stuck around till night because I had some leather on me and I needed to get some string. So I rode around on Clopham with my spear and killed all the mobs around me. And finally, after I collected enough string for some bundles, I decided to go to bed. And in the morning, I saw this weird seed over here. So I killed a few spiders. There we go. Alright, now let's put a bunch of stuff in a bundle, and then I can continue to traverse the world. That is better. Now I can continue to go exploring the world, and I have plenty of inventory space. Alright, you got nothing good. Have a good one. Sorry you lost a llama. Now I spent the next few days in game exploring the world and finding all the materials that I'm going to need for my build. And it took me some time, so I just set up a nice bit of cinematics and really locked in when exploring. Went to a jungle, found all the dark oak forests that I could find. I found like 3 of them before I found a pale oak, and it was just very small, but I got it. Then I came back and reunited with Clopham, took him on a nice run around the prairies and the ranges, and headed back towards the village, where I dropped off some of my stuff and got myself ready for the next adventure, which was to go underneath the village and into the mines. Okay, this is a really cool find. Look at that. Isn't this like the rarest block in the game? It sucks that I really need diamond right now. I'm just kidding, I'm not gonna mine that. No, I'm gonna wait until I have silk touch. I took the coordinates down and I'm gonna come back here and grab these. What a cool find. Alright, we are done mining for a little while. I got myself a bunch more diamonds and a bunch more materials here. I've done most of the grindy stuff. I'm gonna have to get more diamonds at some point. But yeah, that's it for that mining session. A lot of times when I go to make a build, I like to try to form it to the landscape that it's a part of. Just because I think it looks a little bit more interesting and nice. But sometimes it's also nice to form the landscape yourself so that you can make it sit on that even nicer. So I'm trying my best to do that with this terraforming here. Had to kill a few pillagers in the middle of it all. Just got back to placing a whole bunch of dirt. And hopefully making a nice scene for what's soon to come. Okay, I've officially completed placing down a bunch of dirt, which has taken me hours. It might have been a minute or so on your screen, but it took me hours. Because I kept running out of dirt. I kept having to get more dirt. I've gone through about 12 or so shovels, but I like it. I think it looks cool. I'm excited to get to work on the house at the top of the hill here. I try to make it nice and gradual because I'm going to put a bunch of wheat fields and maybe some other crops around it. Whoever lives here and whoever lives over here, they need good farming infrastructure so that they can survive. And yeah, hopefully we'll have some other cities around, and this will serve as one of the city's food sources. This will be my starting base. It'll be a house right up at the top of this hill, and I think I'm ready to get started on the build here. So let's do it. I seem to have severely underestimated the amount of materials that I'm going to need for this build. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to kill two birds with one stone and go on a mining trip, but I'm going to start a mine so that I can actually have one that's easy to get down to the Y level that I need to get diamonds and such, and then also in that time I'll be able to grab a whole bunch of stone and deep slate and tuff and all the stuff that I'm going to need for this build, because that's only one section of this entire build, and it's not even done. I'm kind of going section by section, and then I'll be doing all the detailing afterwards, but yeah, let's do a little bit of mining. And there we go, just got myself a bunch more materials, just going down to Y level -56, got some trees together, got all my resources, and let's get back to building. Just like that, we're done with the build. This has been a process, but super fun. It's been lengthy, but I'm really into it. I hope you guys like it too. Let's take a look at it. It's got no interior yet. Still need to put some windows in, but I think it looks super cool and snazzy. Cheaty cam. There's the front side. Here's the back. I think the back might need a little bit of work in the future, but right now I'm pretty happy with it. Cool. Our first build on our forever world is done, and we have a home to stay in. I still need to put some windows in and do the interior. I think me and Cloppums here are gonna take a break. We will get on with some more progress on the area next time. I have big plans to make this whole area like wheat fields, so it's real pretty and yellow, and there's a glaring issue. It's been a long time coming, starting this forever world, and I finally did it, and I'm super happy with the progress, and I'm super happy with, just in general, making the decision to do it. This will be our world to stay in forever. You're part of day one of years to come. I can't wait to see how it progresses. We've got a ton of space here, and a lot of ideas in my head, so yeah. That's about it for today. I'm going to put Cloppum inside his stable over here. Come on, buddy. Come on. Get on in there. Cloppum's in his stable here, and now I'm going to have to say goodbye. So thanks so much for watching. Subscribe if you've made it this far. Comment any ideas that you have for the future. Also, if you like the build, anything like that, let me know how I did. I really hope you enjoyed the video, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Let's go. These spears are fun to mess around with. We got a very nice episode today. It's going to be some advancements in our world, putting together some farms, and overall just making some progress. Nether portals, all that. Good to see ya. I hope you're doing well today. When we last left off, I was talking about how I finished my base here, and how I still needed to do the interior. I guess we should start with walking around inside so I can show you a little bit of what I've been doing in between episodes. As you can see, I put a little bit of windows in there, and then I just kind of formulated the interior here. I didn't do a whole lot of interior decorating per se, but I did do a lot of like formulating how I want this to work out. We also have a little chicken. Eventually I'll get some name tags and put them on Kloppum and all our other little pets we get around. But yeah, I figured right here would be a good spot for some storage. And then down here could be like our workstations and workbenches. I've got one small little workbench here. Upstairs onto what's basically the first floor. I've got nothing. I'm going to plan on having some sort of just decorative area here, maybe some more storage so I can separate different kinds of storage. Maybe I could have this be more bulk storage. This could be more like food and tools and stuff. Up here, I have nothing planned, but I think some decorative stuff and barrels and such could be cool. I've got a little smelting area here. That's about it for the first floor, and then we can come up to the second floor here. This hallway will take you over to the windmill. This will be the bedroom, the place where I can set my spawn, and if I die, I might put some stuff in here that I can kind of grab in case of emergency so I can go grab my stuff again. Just a little respawn zone. I could put more tools in here that I might need to go and gather my main tools back. Maybe I could make it a little cute little loft kind of area. I'm still figuring that out, but I got some exposed beams here. I think that looks kind of cool. And then up here is just this little lookout. You can pop out here and look over everything. I've been thinking about how I need to get bees so I can get wax, because all this copper here is starting to turn green, and we don't want that. We want it to be this kind of weathered copper look. Eventually, once I get some bees and get some wax, we will wax them, and they'll stay this nice color. Lastly, set up a little enchanting setup. Between recordings, I went around and I grabbed a bunch of sugarcane and such. So I made an enchanting setup here, and I haven't enchanted anything. I actually died right after our last recording. I was up on scaffolding like 60 blocks high and just hit my head, died. And I also got this little zombie guy in a boat. He's kind of an annoying space. Eventually I can make an iron farm with him. That's all the work that I've done in between episodes here. Thanks so much for tuning in again, or for the first time. If you're here for the first time, I'm Zoodle. Nice to meet you. Good to see you. I hope you are having a great day. This is going to be a good day, and we are going to do some fun work in our forever world. So sit back, relax, grab yourself a snack, whatever you want to get cozied up, and enjoy the episode. Let's get to work. I went AFK for a minute so I could let this wheat all grow, and this dude came and his llamas killed my zombie. Alright, let's see what he's got. This better be worth it. It's not worth it. I'm really mad at you. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. I was just trying to let you out. I'm sorry. Get out of here though. Please, leave. Please. You killed my zombie and you gave me nothing in return. You're a jerk. We spent a lot of time working on our wheat field out there, and I've run out of some materials that I'm going to need going forward. Like, honestly, I've run out of cobblestone and stone. So I figured it's a good time to take a little break and go on a little bit of a mining trip just to break it up. Because I spent a lot of time on this. I've already got myself a mine, so I'm just going to go down it and see if I can find some diamonds, see if I can level up a little bit. It'd be nice to start using my enchanting table. Let's see, can I get this guy? Hello, look at me, haha. Oh jeez. Hey, nice, an ender pearl. Okay. That makes 2 so far. I killed another one while I was working on the farm. Gotta get a bunch more. Eventually gotta go to the nether. Made a few more stairs so I can go up and down this pretty easy. Fix that. It's so funny, there's always iron all around when you're not looking for it, and then I feel like you're looking for it, and it knows. The Minecraft world conspiracy zoodle is coming out. Wait a second, what is this? Oh, that's mine. I thought this was a zombie spawner. Just me. Ooh, this is nice. I can get some obsidian here. I think that mining obsidian without any enchantments on your pickaxe is probably one of the coolest things and one of the most fun things I've ever done in my entire life. Where's all the iron at, Mojang? As soon as I need it, it's all gone. Oh, there it is. Thanks, Mojang. Hey, leave me alone. Stop it. Bad zombie. Get out of here. It's just gonna take me 14 crits to hit you with my hand now, and then you might die. I learned that last episode. I'm a science guy. You really said, alright, I give up. Quit that. Y'all are dumb, dude. Oh, I guess I'm pretty dumb too. Hold up. Ow. Stop. Alright, back to mining. See you later, mobs. I would like to go try to find where I was going down to. There we go. I'm gonna smelt up some stuff so I don't have to go back up. So tell me, how do you guys mine for diamonds? See, what I'm doing here is I'm making this big old tunnel, and then I will branch off to the side and do some branch mining like this. Strip mining down 1 strip, and then maybe I'll go about like 4 in or so, and then I'll just go like that. Upwards. To the side, and then I'm seeing a whole bunch of blocks for every couple blocks that I step, and then I just go a couple more and I'll do the same thing. Oh. Alrighty, I think that's enough strip mining for the moment. Got myself 9 diamonds. And a whole bunch of deep slate and tuff, and some iron, and some other stuff, some redstone. I'm going to put all this back, and I think I might do another mining session up at this level somewhere, so that I can get a whole bunch of stone. I'd like to have diamond armor soon. Hello. Die, die, die. Cool. Hello, Enderman. Oh! Go away. Oh. They just had a little flower. I wonder if they were looking for someone to give that to. Whatever. Let's go. I love making YouTube videos, and if you love this content as much as I love making it, would you mind just letting me know? By just hitting that like button, subscribing for more content, and leave me a comment, join the community, talk to me, I'll talk back. I'm a small creator, and I'm very happy for anybody that decides to stick around. Thanks so much for your support, and enjoy the rest of this little time lapse. Welp, that sucks. I was just casually mining a whole bunch of obsidian so that I could make a cool nether portal, and I died in lava. Let's go try to get some of our stuff if it didn't all burn up. Scary monsters, scary monsters, scary monsters. They're not normally scary, but I don't have any materials. Hopefully all the obsidian that I mined didn't just completely get burnt up in the lava, because I think I mined like 40 obsidian. Hey, here's some stuff. Like, none of it. Oh my lordy. Curses!
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
Come on, dude. Re-up your stock. I'm trying to recoup for all my losses, man. Come on. Your prices are awful. So I have been trying to recoup my losses for a bit and found a skeleton spawner, which is an awesome find. So it's looking like we are going to hit some luck here. I'm going to dig this out and make a little skeleton grinder thing so that we can get a few levels and start getting some stuff enchanted. It's pretty close to my base, which is awesome. But let's get this mined out and set up for an easy XP farm where I can also get some good bones and arrows and such. I don't have soul sand yet, so I'm not going to be able to make it a one hit, one kill kind of thing, but I'll get there eventually. But for now, it'll serve its purpose. Let's do it. Alright, so I've done a little bit of work here, and I've made myself a little spawner area. I don't have any soul sand or anything like that, so it's just a very basic one. But here we are. It's super basic, so much so that I haven't even made a nice collection area or anything, because it's all very temporary. But once I end up going to the nether and getting stuff to make it better, I'm going to make this nicer too. But yeah, for now I'm just going to sit here in AFK for a little while and try to get some levels, because I don't want to make diamond armor until I can start enchanting it. So I'm going to go ahead and sit here for a little bit. I'll spare you the boring few hours or whatever that it's going to take me to just sit here and get some levels, and we'll check back in once some more interesting stuff's happening. We got some levels and we got some golden armor. I'm going to go ahead and get efficiency on this diamond pickaxe here and hope for more. Crossing my fingers. Hey, silk touch. Okay, cool. And now I can go ahead and see what else we can get. I think that I might make another pickaxe just to see. Let's see. Let me make another pickaxe real quick and see if I can get fortune, because that'd be awesome too. Oh, silk touch again. Okie dokie. Well, let's see what else we can get on here. Let's make a sword and see what we can get on that. Ooh, looting 3. Well, I'm glad that I waited, because that's an awesome sword. Yeah, looting 3. Nothing else, but that's okay. We got another efficiency enchant next on the diamond pickaxe. I think I'm going to do a little bit more skelly grinding and then come back and see if maybe we can get a fortune with that efficiency. But even if it's just efficiency, that's nice to have. It's nice to be enchanting in this world, isn't it, chicken? Alrighty, we got ourselves a whole bunch more levels. Took me a while, but with that skeleton spawner, it's pretty easy. But yeah, we got a few more. I'm gonna try this. Let's see what we can get with this guy. Please, please, please. Be good. Okay, well, it's not the worst. We got him breaking on it. That's pretty good. I'd love to get fortune at some point. I guess, I still have 3 more levels that I can try. Maybe I could make one more. It's still efficiency. Oh, do I do it? I think I'm just gonna risk it. We'll see. Who cares? We can always get more diamonds, especially now that we have efficiency. I can mine a whole lot faster. So I'm gonna try it. Oh, didn't make the thing that I needed to make. Yeah, I'm just gonna try it. We'll see what happens. Come on, fortune. Come on, fortune. Let's go, fortune. Hey, fortune. All right. Sweet. I'm actually gonna use those and go grab some more diamonds if I can soon. Okay, so I may have angered a warden. Actually, I don't think I have. I've never really messed around with Skulk and all that, but I know that I was mining down here, and I set off a Shrieker at least. But I've been mining for a while, and I've found like, I think 4 veins of diamonds or so, and I figured I would record fortuning all of them so that we can see how many diamonds that I get out of this. So I'm gonna go back to the last one that I found, and then we'll just work our way back and see how many we end up getting. Let's do it. There was 9 there. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 diamonds. Or 27 diamond ore, I guess. I don't know. And let's see. 54 diamonds. It did just double it. Well, that's not too bad though. I mean, 54 diamonds is awesome, but weird. Figured we'd get a little bit more, but that's okay. I'm still really happy with that. Let's get some pants, some boots, and a helmet. And would you look at that? We are fully covered in diamonds. Feeling good, feeling safe. And I also, while I was mining down there, got myself a whole bunch more obsidian. So I'd say that we have recouped our losses, and then some. That's what enchanting does. It makes it a whole lot easier to get some stuff and get moving forward. Now that we're all recouped and we got ourselves a whole bunch of obsidian, I still need to get a few more little materials, but it shouldn't take me long now that I have these enchanted pickaxes. But I'm going to go grab some andesite and some stone and just a few other little things, little bits and bops, and I'm going to make myself a pretty cool nether portal. I'm thinking it's going to be like some sort of a ruin kind of thing. I have plans to do some other stuff with ruins in this world, because when you build a world, you kind of got to think of like the history and a little bit of lore. I'm not a master lore maker or anything like that, but I do enjoy adding a little bit to my worlds, and I think it makes it a little bit easier to continue to build it. When you start thinking of things like, obviously there would be civilizations that used to exist that don't exist anymore, or like bustling cities and sections of commerce, all those types of things. But I think this nether portal could be kind of cool. Let me just get to it, and I can show it to you once I'm done with it. Off to it! And just like that, the nether portal's done. I think it looks pretty cool. I went for the ruin type of vibe. Like I said, in this world we're gonna have a little bit of lore, not like the craziest amount, but the lore behind this is that it's an old civilization that cohabitated with ghasts, and this ancient civilization found their way into the nether, and I took inspiration from the fact that now there's happy ghasts, and I feel like this civilization found them as well. They didn't just take them in as pets, they worshipped them as gods, allowing them to traverse the world from the skies, which they have never been able to do before. So this civilization built and surrounded themselves thinking about the ghasts, and so in the future we'll eventually be able to make ruins of this civilization and think about, you know, different docking stations and things that they could have used with the ghasts. I think that gives us some cool ideas for the future in our forever world here. For now, we have a sweet nether portal, that stems off close to my base, and in the next episode we'll actually find ourselves going to the Nether. But for now, I've done a lot of work this week. I'm pretty happy with how far I've come and how much work I've done. I think that this portal behind me looks pretty snazzy, and I also did a whole lot of work on the wheat fields over at my place. And yeah, I'm just excited. We got a bunch done, and thank you all for tuning in and checking it out, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. You can't always predict what will happen on any given day when playing Minecraft. You can prepare all you want, and things can still go awry. Mistakes can be made, and you can get set off track by hours or days of progress. Today's another day in my Minecraft Forever world, where arduous planning, luck, and unpredictable outcomes are nothing new. And hey, it wouldn't be quite as exhilarating of an experience if everything was predictable and planned for. Anyways, I'm Zoodle. This is my Minecraft story of loss and redemption. Thanks for checking me out, and enjoy the video. Hello, how the heck are ya? Welcome back to Zoodle World. It is episode 3, and look at this right behind me. Can you believe it? We found a fortress within like 100 blocks of our Nether portal. I can't believe it. I promise you I did not scout the Nether before this. We just got super lucky. And honestly, I've played Minecraft for 13 plus years or however long it's been out, and this has never happened to me. Every time that I've ever played this game, I've spent hours upon hours trying to find a dang fortress. And this time, I got lucky enough that I actually found one right here. I think it's serendipitous. I think we were meant to be here. I'm meant to be doing this. Today's going to be a fun episode. We're going to make some big progress. First off, though, the first progress we're going to be making is killing these blazes down here. So let's jump down there and let's get to it. Thanks for checking me out. Subscribe if you're new, and I hope that you enjoy the series. I will never waste your time. Let's freaking get into it. Oh my goodness, let's get into it. Okay. Chill out. Oh, I don't want to lose all my diamond armor, but I want to get over here. Here we are. Made the advancement. A few minutes go by and I've killed a bunch of blazes. I've gathered a lot of blaze rods, killed some wither skeletons, and overall set myself up for success. And then
it was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
I spent days and I thought that I was ready. I went to the Nether with my head on my shoulders, and I was ready for anything, I thought. But it all came crumbling down so fast. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, there we go. First trip to the Nether was quite a success, wasn't it? Oh man, I'm a pro. Alright, well, now's not the time to despair. Today is going to be a good day. Today's not the time to despair, but at the same time, I could probably be a little bit more careful. What am I gonna do when I get back there? I've just got a sword. I need to think here. Let me think. Let me punch a wall and think for a second. Okay, I have a plan. I'm going back to the Nether, and I'm going to get myself a little bit of soul sand, and then what we will do with that is we will optimize our skeleton spawner so that we can kill them in one hit, and then I can sit there for a little while in AFK and recoup some levels, do some enchanting, maybe get some fire protection on some armor, and then we can go back to the Nether again and do a little bit more exploring. Got one other thing we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get ourselves at least one blaze powder, or one blaze rod, at least that, maybe two. Two would probably be helpful because I want to make a brewing stand, and maybe we can kill a magma cube. Life's all about making mistakes and learning from them, so let's try not to make it twice. Let's head back in there with our iron gear this time. And as you can see, it's literally right through here. I mean, I did not... How lucky I was not an understatement. We're just so close. I hate you so much. I hate you. Hey. How come I can't hit this? Am I really that bad? I think I am. Oh my, this isn't good. What am I doing? I've made a big mistake. What am I doing? And there goes my chicken too. Okay, buddy. I'll let you do your thing. He comes and goes as he pleases. I still haven't named him anyway. He can do what he wants. Yo, I think I'm making a big mistake again, but whatever. Whatever. I just want to get my stuff back. We'll see if I can take on some of these blazes. No! Oh, I'm an idiot. Today I'm making some big mistakes. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Can everybody just chill for a second, please? I got lucky with this spawn, but I think this is like one of the most dangerous nether fortresses I've ever found. What the heck? I don't even know, man. I gotta get my stuff back. I'm just running back in. I don't care. Go away, ghast. Yes! Goodbye! Alright, with one heart, what am I gonna do? Alright, we've recovered some stuff. I don't know, is it... Yeah, okay, so the rest of it's gone. That's fine, we've recovered most of our stuff. I'm leaving. I can't do this anymore. Out of here. I'm done. I'm done. No. Oh my. Come on. You gotta leave me alone, ghasts. Just please. Well, we're gonna get ourselves better tools, better everything, and we're gonna come back. And it's gonna be a success. But right now, I've made some grave mistakes, and that's it. Alrighty, we have spent a lot of time getting levels. This is my second trip down here. I sat down here for a couple of hours just watching Hermitcraft stuff and swinging away at skeletons and getting myself levels. And now I'm just trying to get feather falling. That'd be awesome. Or maybe some fire protection on my boots. I don't even know if you can get fire protection on boots. I feel like you probably can. What I'm really concerned about is getting feather falling. What are you doing, bruh? Get out of here, please. You're gonna ruin my day. I'm out of here. Ugh. I'm so bad at this game. It's kind of unreal. I think I've gotten worse at this game. Ugh. Let's try this again. I'm much more geared up. I'm much more prepared for this. We're doing this time. We're gonna raid this and we're gonna come out of here with all our stuff still. And maybe we'll end up doing a little bit more exploring in there this time. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm done being scared. I just want to get this done and hopefully not die this time. Nice. We got a little baby ghast. Hey, we got ahead. I haven't been doing a whole lot of talking because this is one of the hardest nether fortresses I've ever raided. So I just have to really focus up because I would like to not repeat what happened last time and the time again and then the next time. There's just, yeah. There is just too much dangerous stuff around. See? What? The dangers are real around here. I'd like to find a little bit of nether wart. Where can I find nether wart? Nice. Oh, there we go. Okay. Nether wart. Don't mind if I do. More diamonds. Okay, cool. Some more diamond armor for my horses. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop pushing my luck here in a minute. I'm just gonna check that last chest in the other room, and then I'm going back to the overworld where I feel a little bit more safe. Alright, here we go. This time it's gonna be different. Leave me alone! Leave me alone, please! Run. See ya! We're all good here. We're all good. Uh-huh. Yep. Whew! Home sweet home. We made it. Oh, it feels good to be walking out of there with all my diamond armor and even more loot than I had going in. I think I might be done with the Nether for this episode because that was insane. I swear the Nether is not normally that dangerous, but maybe I'm wrong. You tell me, what do you think about the Nether? Now that we have all this stuff, let's get ourselves a happy ghast. Alright, now we've got our dried ghasts getting hydrated. I'm just going to wait for them to grow up a little bit and feed them some snowballs and lead them up over here for a little while for when I need them next. I don't need them at the moment, and I don't have any like huge tall builds planned at the moment, but they'll be nice to have in the future, I'm sure. So I'm going to go ahead and wait for them just so I can get them situated so they don't fly away from me. And yeah, then I'll check back in. Hey, there you are. Oh, it's so cute. Hello. Have some snowballs. What the heck? How are they so freaking cute? I wish they could stay this cute and you could still ride them as small as they are like that. I wonder if that's a thing in this new update. Come back down here. Let me put this harness on ya. Hey, what just happened? Why is that like that? That is so cursed. What mod am I using that's making that happen? What? I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it's not that big of a deal, but what the heck? Alrighty, I found a fix. Turns out the newest update of entity model features for some reason had a little bug there, but I just went back a version and it still works just fine. I have no idea what to name him. If anybody has ideas, please tell me. He's chilling. We got another one getting hydrated up, and I am going to work on our next section of our build here, which I haven't talked about before, but our good horse Clopham needs some space to roam. I feel bad having him just chill in there all the time, and I obviously plan on having him help me to get around the world more and stuff like that, but I think it'd be nice to get better horses anyway. If I'm gonna continue to use horse travel as I expand my world, it would be nice to have some great horses. So around this area here, down here, I want to build some stables and a good run for the horses. So like I'll probably have it come around this way and have some stables right back there. That'll be my next little build idea here, and eventually I gotta get to this village and do some stuff with that. But for now, one plan at a time, and I want to make myself a cool little stables over here. So let me gather some stuff for that, and let's get right to the build. Alrighty, we have gathered some much needed materials, like some tuff, some deep slate, some other stuff. We're sticking with the same palette of the other build, but now I'm going to work on finishing these stables. And if you're wondering why I'm standing like this, it's because while I was getting those materials, I ended up finding some diamonds, and I figured we'd mine them with a fortune pick. Let's do it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 ore, and 30 diamonds. We are rich. But for real though, I went around and I grabbed a whole bunch of materials. I have a build planned for right here. That'll be a cool stable house. But yeah, enjoy these building cinematics. Let's do it. Well, this has been an absolute blast to build, and this episode has been an absolute roller coaster of emotions. But I'd say we came out on top here, and yeah, I'm really happy with this build. I hope you guys are too. I've never built diagonal before. You'll have to tell me how I did in the comments if you don't mind, but I think it turned out pretty good. It's just a cool little stable for Clopham and some other horses. Yeah, now I can get to breeding up a perfect horse, and maybe Clopham can retire out here in these fields and just relax. But thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe if you're new, and seriously, let me know what you think in the comments, and maybe name that ghast for me. Okay, thanks so much. Bye-bye. Oh, why did I do that? I forgot I didn't have any armor on. Sometimes it can be so nice to just turn your brain off and play Minecraft for a little bit, and that was exactly what I did in these cinematics here. This is in between episodes. I just kind of did some little quality of life things, and I didn't have the time to be commentating on it all. I organized my storage a little bit, built out a path from the village to my house, got some leaves and stuff that I'm going to need in today's episode, which we'll talk about in just a moment. Made some mud and got together a sugarcane farm in my basement that I also dug out, because who's going to want to watch me building out a basement besides just like an intro like this? So building out this basement and putting a nice big old sugarcane farm in it, because you need sugarcane for a lot of things, and it's one of those things that you forget how easy the farm is. If you don't make it early on, you are kicking yourself later because you need sugarcane. So I did that, and yeah, let's get into the actual episode. Hello there, and welcome back to Zoodle World. It's a beautiful, beautiful day, and we have some huge plans. Nah, as usual, we have some good plans for today. If you're wondering why I'm up on my roof right now, I will show you. And this also coincides with what our plans are. You can see all of these little posts here. They're turning blue all the time. So I have to manually go around and strip them a little bit so that they're more of this weathered color, because that fits in with the rest of the build. This is going to be a problem forever if we don't solve it. So today we are solving that problem by building a bee farm. Let me set this down real quick. Yes, we're going to be solving that problem today by building ourselves a farm for bees. And it's not just going to be a bee farm, it's going to be a bee sanctuary, because I don't love doing some of those farms that are a little bit inhumane and just have a bunch of animals or whatever in a pen. I hate doing that a lot. It's the worst when you have a bunch of animals that are just in a pen. I decided I'm not going to do that today, and I'll never do that in this world with anything. But for real though, actually with bees though, I went around and I grabbed myself a few bee nests. We'll be able to use these and hopefully some more that I get, or maybe I'll make some beehives. It'll be a cool domed structure, so I'm thinking it might be a cool thing to have potentially like butting up against that little hill / mountain there. Like, I think it could actually be really cool right here. It's gonna have a big tree in the middle of it, I think. It's gonna have a domed structure. I'm gonna try really hard to make it so that we can get bottles of honey and honeycomb automatically from it, and we can have them also have the freedom to kind of roam the space. It should be a really cool build and hopefully fit this whole aesthetic that we're going with. That is going to require us to get a whole bunch of sand so that we can smelt it up into some glass, get a bunch of trees cut down so that we can take that and make it into its own custom tree, get a bunch of leaves, and lastly, get our bees set up. And hopefully we have all the things redstone wise that we'll need. If not, we'll have to do a little bit of mining just so we can get all the stuff that we need. Maybe go to the nether for some more quartz, but I think we have enough of all that stuff. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to start off by quickly going through and trying to gather all the things that I might need for it. Doing a little bit of exploring around the world because we got to go get that sand. So yeah, we'll end up going over that way because I know that there is a mesa and a desert over that way. I'm going to probably take Clopham, and we're going to head over that way and get ourselves some sand so that we can come back here and we can smelt up a whole bunch of glass. So yeah, thanks so much for checking out the channel. If you're returning, thanks so much for coming back. It's great to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and hopefully this makes your day even better. If you're new, make sure you're subscribed. Who knows, sometimes you'll watch a video and you like a creator and then you totally forget to hit that little button. And it's super simple, you can always change your mind later. Make sure you like the video so that I know that I'm making good content and people are enjoying it. But yeah, let's get right to it. Let's go ahead and get Clopham and take a little adventure. I'm also gonna grab a lead and maybe we can find ourselves a donkey. I don't know. Hey buddy, hey, hello, come on. Let's get on out of here. Go find ourselves a donkey. Going on an adventure with Clopham. Going on an adventure, we found a donkey. Oh yeah, hello. Then I can pull it on a lead and put some more chests on the donkey, and then we can get even more sand while we're out. That's the plan if this guy will ever befriend me. My goodness, man. Yay, okay, cool. Oh, there it is, okay. How do I see how much space? Oh, you've got a lot of space too. Right on. We got a donkey. We're going on an adventure with Clopham and our new donkey friend. I'm so sorry, guys. I can't stop myself. This is awesome. I feel a little bit bad dragging this donkey behind, though. Come on, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Alright, I gotta get down there, I guess. This is a struggle. Come on, buddy. Okay, I don't know if this is a good idea anymore. You're taking forever. I was using Distant Horizons for a while, but I just... It didn't look very good, if I'm honest. So I've just been using the vanilla rendering for now. Did I let go of the donkey? You are not making this easy, friend. So yeah, I went back to just using the vanilla renderer, and for now that's working, but I might end up trying to use, what is it, Voxy or Bobby or whatever. Distant Horizons wasn't cutting it for me, I don't know. For some reason, you get like a few chunks away from something and it just looks real ugly and bad. So, oh, you donkey. So yeah, that's kind of my gripe for the day, is Distant Horizons, not all it's cracked up to be. Ooh, and I was going the right way. Cool. Keep up, dude. I know Clopham's fast and awesome, but come on. This mesa sure does look cool. That's so cool, actually. These spires. Just one happy family. On an adventure. Here we go. There's a bunch more sand for us. Good, good. And another village. That's always a fun find. I feel so bad for Donkey, bro. Where's he? What are you trying to do, dude? It's gonna be a lot of fun dragging you all the way back home. Cool. Now you get in there too, donkey, bro. Get in there. There we go. All right, let's dig some sand. All right, I would say that this is probably enough sand for now. We didn't really need to bring the donkey, but I just love giving myself an extra level of difficulty to everything that I do. Let's head home. Let's go, friends. Oh, sorry. Let's go, peoples. Now we gotta head down this big hill. Hopefully he'll follow. Oh, goodness. Hopefully I don't kill him. Let's grab some lilacs, too. These are nice. Oh, come on, donkey. And just like that, oh, and just like that, we are home. We're in the stables. Honestly, you're good. You guys can just roam. You should be fine in here. This might sound a little bit crazy, but I think I need to make an iron farm in order for me to make this bee farm. I mean, I don't think I really do, but I know that eventually I'm gonna need a lot of iron for hoppers and a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm kind of feeling ambitious about doing that and getting it done. So, I'm gonna say, in order for us to make this bee sanctuary, I'm gonna need an iron farm. So, it's time to get inhumane. No, but it is time to find a zombie, trap it, and then I can go ahead and grab some villagers and set them up for life. Yeah, let's go ahead and get to work on that iron farm, and then we can get to work on our bee sanctuary. Cool, let's do it. This iron farm was adapted from a Waddles tutorial. It's pretty much exactly how he built it in his tutorial. I'll link it in the description. But I just did it in a little bit of a different way. I did it underground, and instead of doing some of the spawn proofing that he did, I did some other spawn proofing with slabs and such. But transporting villagers is never easy, and I made some mistakes here and almost killed some, and ended up panicking and having to jump down inside with them, and yeah, it was just a whole process, but I eventually got 3 in there, and the rest is history. We got everything spawn proofed and ready to go, made an auto crafter situation that was also in the tutorial, and it was off to the races producing iron blocks. No way. Crazy. I haven't seen one of these. No! Leave me alone! So, can I tame one of these? No way we're taming a zombie horse right now. Oh, we did it! Well, we got ourselves a zombie horse, so that's pretty interesting. Well, it's not the most aesthetically pleasing, but I have built the iron farm. I spent a little bit of time once I built it. I went out and did some things with some friends, and it's been about 2 hours or so. We're producing some blocks of iron. We got like a stack of blocks and a little bit more. Honestly, that's more than enough iron for now. I'm very happy with this. I think it's not the most efficient one ever, but there you go. It's working just fine. We got it going underneath here. Let me see. It's just right under here. I have an idea of a build up here eventually. I think I'm going to make some sort of little farmhouse again. Not quite as grandiose as this one here, but it'll be a cute little farmhouse. And then I'm going to build some more walls that'll go around it. And then I'll make this a little grazing area for other livestock like cows and pigs and such. And just down here we'll have the iron farm. It'll always be passively going in the background, and we'll be able to get tons and tons of iron. If in just about 2 hours we got this much, I can't imagine how much we'll get while we work on other projects around here. That's awesome. I'm very happy with that, and that'll help me a lot for today's project, which is going to be the bee sanctuary for hoppers and a bunch of shears. So that'll be helpful. I have gathered a whole bunch of materials here. I think this should be enough of everything that I need. We might need a few more things, but I've got everything that I need to get started on this build. So it is time to start the bee sanctuary. It's going to go right back here behind me, and it's going to tuck into this mountain, this hill, whatever you want to call this. So excited to get started on this build. So let's get to it, and I can check back in once we get the structure completed. And we are back. We got a couple little things we got to do to finish up the bee sanctuary. While we've been working on that this whole time, the iron farm has been running in the background. Looks like maybe it stopped running because we keep having villagers coming out here and spawning golems. So looks like it might be broken right now, but let's hope that we got a bunch in before it broke. Okay, yeah, we got tons and tons of iron. So I'm just gonna grab out 25 blocks of iron, should be good. Now we just convert those into shears and put them into our dispensers here. And we should have a nice automatic bee farm happening within this bee sanctuary here. And it's gonna allow the bees to make their honey and live in their respective hives while also living in their nice bee sanctuary in their nice greenhouse kind of area. Hello bees, how you doing? Oh, they're so cute. We have decided to go with this big tree. These branches are being pruned in here, and then it pops out the top and grows out further. And this was kind of built around that. This is a little sanctuary made with that tree, and here's the beehive here, which is already starting to give us some stuff. Just gotta open these up and put in a whole bunch of glass bottles. We'll do bottles in about 3 or 4 of them, and then we'll do shears in the other ones. So there you have it. We got 8 hives, and we got 4 with bottles in them and 4 with honeycomb. I'm just hoping that this still works. I don't know why it wouldn't, but for some reason I'm not getting anything out of these ones. Just wondering if these need to be reset for any reason. I feel like just trying this. There we go, they just needed to reset. So we should be good now. I'm just gonna close this off. I'll probably end up making this a little bit prettier up here eventually, but for now, it's gonna chill like this. I think it might be nice even if we just go ahead and like do something like this above it. I think that'll probably be what I do, is just put some of these shelves and kind of go across like that and have some hanging vines or something and some flowers and such on the top of it. But for now, I'm happy with it. We've got ourselves some honey bottles and some honeycomb already getting put together. It's nighttime, so the bees are done working. But if I sleep, alright, now it's daytime and the bees are back at it. And I'm going to go ahead and try my best to breed up as many bees as we can. Just get a whole bunch of bees in here, because we need a bunch of bees to do a bunch of bee work. Get us a whole bunch of honeycomb and such. And also they're just so cute to have. I'm super happy with this. I really hope that you guys like it too. It's just so freaking cute, and I've never made a bee sanctuary before or really even done much with bees. So it's really nice to actually make a whole dedicated build for them. Now that we've got our bee farm up and running, we can go around on our ghast here and actually wax this copper, which will be nice. We won't have to worry about having blue copper when we're not supposed to. Now that is much better. As for this ghast's name, I asked for some input from the comments last week, and I was given the suggestion to name it something in Old Gaelic. So I decided to name it Lunan. I believe I'm saying that correctly. It roughly translates to little blackbird, and it's the best one that I could find with some sort of like flying / natural element to it, and I thought it sounded pretty good for this guy. So that's the name of this guy. I will eventually get some name tags and be able to actually name it. But yeah, thanks so much to Marty250100 for the name suggestion. I really appreciate it. You have been the first commenter to name anything in this world, so thank you so much for the suggestion. But that's all I got time for today. We built a nice big bee sanctuary. We're gonna get tons of honeycomb and honey, and also just this cool addition to our world. I'm super happy with it. I hope you guys enjoyed it and enjoy the build itself. If you have any suggestions for the build or for future builds, please let me know in the comments down below. Thank you so much for watching. I am Zoodle. This has been Zoodle World. Give me a like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Hey, I did it! Never done that before. Oh, I think I killed a fish though. Zoodle, you haven't uploaded in so long. What's going on? Why aren't you doing YouTube anymore? What the heck, man? That's probably what you're thinking, if you're returning here. But honestly, I think it's only been a few days, if you ask me. But in all seriousness, I've been very, very, very busy in real life, and I'm just so happy to finally be putting out this video, because I've been working on it for this entire time that I haven't been uploading, and I've just been struggling to find the time to actually put into this to make it the quality that I like. I've been working on this slowly, and I'm just so happy that it's finally gonna be out. So enjoy the video. Well, hello there. Welcome back to the channel. If you're new here, thank you for showing up and checking me out. If you're returning, thanks for coming back. I'm Zoodle. So good to see you. I hope you're having a great day, and I hope that this makes it even better. Today, I got some plans to, well, I have already built out this whole wall here, and this is going to end up being some grazing land for cows. Behind me here is this iron farm, and I need to cover that up because that's pretty ugly. So in here, I've got all the materials to make a pretty cool house over this little area here. Nothing's gonna live there, but that's okay. It's just gonna serve as a way to get down to the iron farm. Maybe also I could store some steaks there or something. Who knows? But it'll be cute. I like building in this world for aesthetics, and I think today's gonna be more of an aesthetic day. Also, can we talk about just how like perfectly all the stuff that I need to build this fits in this double chest? I love it. Let's do it. Here's some llamas. Where is the dude? Is he up here? How did you get up here? And why did you leave your llamas down there? Do you have mangrove propagules?
No.
Alright, well, that was a letdown, as you normally are. But thanks for hanging out. Good to see ya. Do you need anything before I get back to work? Before you head out on your journey? Because I don't want to buy anything from you.
Well, now that you mention it, I could really use some
I'll take that as a no.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, you have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Oh.
And just like that, the house is built. Yeah, we have a general structure of what it's going to look like. Well, of what it looks like. There's nothing more to add to it besides we have to do the interior here, which I've started to at least formulate a little bit as we built it. We have this area here, which I've decided we'll get rid of some of this stuff and cut into this wall here. And that'll take us down to our iron farm. Do like that. One tuff there. I think down here would be good as just a little storage area. Up here could be a kitchen kind of spot. Actually, it might be better like right there, something like that. Some bookshelves around it, like cabinetry. Yeah, I like that. I think that looks kind of cool right there. And then we'll put a little flower pot right in the edge there with a little poppy in it. I think that looks pretty cute so far. We still have a bunch to do to it. I think a little table. There we go. Got a little table and a chair. It's kind of cute, I think. We've got some chests here that we can put up on some shelves down below. I think that'd be kind of sweet. We're gonna have to make a bunch more of these though. So then we can just go ahead and put in some chests. A little bit more. I think for now that's okay. Shelf right there. Just holding it up. That'll work. We'll put some more shelves right here. And we'll end up putting a few more chests there. Yeah, got some chests, got a couple shelves here. I think one center light right there is pretty nice. Then I'm not getting sick of these shelves yet, and I think they kind of look nice. To separate that there, we'll end up putting some stairs where these are. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna need one more. And just make a little workbench right there. That is very bare bones, but already looking a little bit better. Bam, bam, bam. Cool. Maybe this could be more storage. Around it, again, you guessed it, more shelves. I basically use them as a vertical slab at this point because we don't have vertical slabs, and I think that they look much nicer than anything else I would have put there. Instead of slabs right here though, we can put some stripped wood, and it kind of helps to separate things. Strip that down, and bam bam. Yeah, and now you walk in and you got your nice little area over here to walk up the stairs. Right in the middle there we have a nice little light fixture, and here we can add that just to be a little safety railing, mantle. Add in some more stairs here going up to the next floor. Add some bookshelves here and some pillars going up and down right there. Couple more there, and we're gonna need a couple more bookshelves or something else to go right here. Little plant in the corner there. Put a little poppy in it. Up here we can put a door. Oh, not there. You can put a door not there either. You can put a door right there. Now you got a cool little outside area, patio. Come inside. This will end up being a bedroom, the only bedroom in the house. Then you come down to this area. And last but not least, I had to make the entrance to the actual iron farm that was underneath the house. It was pretty simple. I just sectioned it out with some spruce planks and filled the rest in with stone bricks. Next thing here, I've decided I'm going to put some little storage in under these stairs. So then I can put this little door here and you can come in and you can access this storage. Then up here, I just thought it'd be nice to add a little bit of greenery to the room. So I figured underneath the stairs there, I could add just a little spot where there's some, house plants being planted up there and right in the area where the sun comes in. They'll get a little bit of light and it'll be nice. Going with that same theme, I think it's nice to just add a little bit of greenery here and there, some plant life, because this person living out on the farm would obviously have some sort of a care for that kind of thing. I think it's nice to have just little decorations here and there. We can add that, and we are going to need to make a few more shelves. Can't get enough shelves. I think that'll be my most used thing in this entire series, probably. With a few more shelves, we can just block off this little spot up here, and then just bring one over across that, and that up there is just going to be a little skylight kind of thing. And coming down from the roof, we just have one more support beam. So we got support beams that kind of come across and then up to the roof, and it just makes the whole house look a little bit more structurally sound. I think the interior of this house is coming along pretty well. It's still kind of vacant, but it's not too bad. I mean, it's definitely much more put together. We put a little bench out here. It's just a nice little spot to sit and look out over that area. Some more seating that kind of sits and circles in this bench here. Now we've got some seating out here, and that looks out over that beautiful area over there. We can end up putting some lanterns out here. I think if I just go with kind of a more simple structured version of the kinds that I've been using around would be nice. So just like that, and then I can put a slab on top and just some trapdoors that'll hold the lanterns in place like that. And then the same thing over on this end. Boom, boom. Yeah. Now, we got a nice little seating area out here, and we got some nice lighting. So I think that looks pretty good out here. Yeah, we'll put the bed there. We'll put this next to it. We can put that shelf there. We can put that, and we can put a little flower pot there to kind of be like their cup. It's their, the cup that they drink out of at night. That's fine. And then we put a little bit of color. We just splash a little bit of color throughout this house with some carpets. I think the interior of this house is looking pretty good, and if I think of some other things, I'll put them in there. Maybe some paintings would be nice, but I think for now, I'm really happy with this. I forgot one small detail, and that will just be to put little acacia trees there and some moss on top there. Yeah, that's cool. All right, now this house is looking pretty good. Now we can take some stone slabs, kind of make a little pathway. This entry will be a little less sparse, and then as you kind of walk around the house, it is more sparse, and we can just add in some kind of path blocks and take that out, maybe some wood here and there, just give it a little texture. And as we get over to here, we can add more in again. Maybe one there, and then boom. Can add a few more rose bushes here and there, just to spruce it up a little bit. Put one rose bush there, and we'll add a couple over here, just to give it some life in the front and some color. Yeah, I like that so far. Sleep real quick. And formulate the path just a little bit here, just to get an idea for the landscaping in the future. Now that it's time to start on the landscaping of this property here, I think it's time to find myself a mangrove swamp, because I need lots of mud. I'm going to need mud, I'm going to need podzol, I'm going to need stuff like that. I don't have an automated mud farm thing, and I also don't have the patience to make mud by hand. So, I'm going to hop on the horse, Mr. Kloppum over there, and we're going to go try to find ourselves a mangrove swamp. So, let's cut to some cinematics and let's get to exploring. So me and Klopham have been exploring for hours now, and we found a swamp, and we found a mangrove tree, but not a mangrove swamp. So there's no mud, and the exploration continues. I was wrong, there was a small amount of mud here. We'll see how much I can get here and see if this will be the end of my journey or not. I sure would like to get enough here that I didn't have to keep exploring, because I've been doing that for a while and I'd like to go home and work on my base, but who knows how much mud we'll actually end up getting here. It's pretty funny that it's just this like 20 by 20 area basically. So yeah, not only did I end up being wrong about there just being a little bit of mud there, I was pretty surprised at the amount of mud that I was able to actually mine through this little area here. Got myself like 12 or so stacks of it, and I was looking good to go back and work on the project. Found myself sleeping in a colony of llamas who so graciously took in me and Klopham for the night, and said goodbye to them the next morning and headed home for the next leg of the journey, where I tried to split this gap here and fell into a ravine. We ended up getting out and exploring a little bit more and finding ourselves a beauty of an overlook, and we made it home. Now that I made it home, it was time to make a pillar as high as I could with all the clay that I had collected with a Silk Touch shovel, and try to get as many clay balls as I could, not realizing that fortune doesn't really do anything to clay. And then after pillaring up to this height, I couldn't help myself but pull out my bucket of tropical fish and try to do a bucket clutch. Hey, I did it! Never done that before. Oh, I think I killed a fish though. Where is it? Where'd my tropical fish go? Oh, here it is. No! He died. Oh man. Tropical fish bro died. So sad. But we did it! So that's cool. I'm gonna go put this guy somewhere on a plaque. This plaque commemorates Terry the tropical fish. It will forever remind us of his sacrifice in saving my life. Where'd my tropical fish go? No! Thank you, Terry. You can remain here in our good graces forever. Okay, but now it's actually time to dig down this whole tower. Oh no! I thought they were like gravel. They don't drop? What am I supposed to do? Okay, I think it's finally time for me to start on the landscaping here, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. First off, I want to make a pond behind me here, I think. Like in this little spot here, I think would be pretty cool. If I could put like a little pond and maybe some sort of little oasis area. Some trees around it could be cute. So let's start off by getting rid of all this grass. I thought there's no better place than this big flat area that I made in the back here for a nice sunflower farm. So I just made nice rows of them and made some path blocks in between them and blocked them off with some nice little fence and leaf patterns. Now I'll probably end up doing custom trees out here, but today I think I'm just going to try to get some natural looking trees the same way I did over there. Like maybe if I can get a big oak tree out here, like right here would be a nice spot. All right, we are done with the landscaping and the pond making and all the different trees getting put in and all that stuff. It's not completely done, and honestly, nothing ever is in Minecraft, and I think that's beautiful. All the trees and stuff I think are still kind of placeholders. The mangroves behind me, I'm still iffy on. I'm not sure if I want them or not. I'll have to sleep on it and think about it. But at this point, I think it's time that we should go grab all the cows and pull them in here and get them grazing. And yeah, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. Come on, guys, let's go. We might lose a couple stragglers here and there, but that's okay. It feels nice to finally get them out of that tiny little pen. Alrighty guys, well that's about all I have time for today. Thank you so much for checking out the channel and watching this video to the end. If you have any suggestions for this build today, let me know in the comments, and let me know if there's anything else you'd like me to build in the future. I look forward to the next video. Make sure if you're not already, you subscribe and like the video. Thank you so much for watching, and bye-bye! Welcome to my forever world. It's my little piece of paradise in this vast, infinite, expansive world of Minecraft, all contained in this one pretty large area where we have a fishing hole, grazing area, a huge greenhouse with some bees in it, beautiful starter house, stables for some horses, a village, everything you could ever need. And today's episode is going to be a journey away from our little plot of land and expanding our world a little bit further out. So come with me over the mountains because it's time to start expanding this world even further out, using tens of thousands of building blocks to create our own custom landscape out of this beautiful area here that's inspired me to transform it into this. And I'll show you how I approach custom terraining in Minecraft. What's up? How's it going today? I hope you're having a lovely day. I'm Zoodle, welcome back to the channel. I'm hanging out with my cows here in my brand new build from last episode. If you haven't seen that, why not? Check it out. We built this whole area here, and yeah, it was a great time. Now I'm just gonna go around and feed all these cows. Gonna do this all third person, let's see. Hello cows, hello, follow me. I can't do it, okay, I'm probably not gonna do that. Thank you so much for watching. This brings me great amounts of joy and some solace in busy times. So again, I just want to say thank you for that. I know I'm a tiny channel, but honestly, each and every one of you who watches brings me so much joy and just makes me very, very, very happy that anybody in general would want to see what I'm doing. Baby chicken. Hello. Today's episode, we're actually going to move away from this whole entire area here and out and over that mountain there, because I've seen the other side of that mountain. I think I showed it off also in maybe my first episode or something like that. But just real quick, I guess I'm gonna run up there so we can take a look at it together. Hello, Mr. Ghast. Oh, should I ride the Ghast? Why not, right? No, don't come back, please. Hello? I don't have any snow. There we go. We found some snow and we got it. Now we're gonna head out and over this mountain range right here. Because slowly but surely, the timing of this sentence doesn't really work for how slow this Ghast is. I will show you what I mean in just a moment. Here, maybe, in this beautiful sunset here, you see this area over here will lend itself very well for a very cool idea that I have. Isn't it a beautiful landscape? Wouldn't it be very cool to put a big lake down at the bottom of it there and surround it with an enchanted forest and a mysterious tower where a mythical alchemist brews potions and uses his enchanted forest to get all his different components for it, I think that'd be pretty cool. I've just come over that hill with Clopham here, and I gotta say, it's a pretty huge, ambitious project to try to turn this whole area here into a big enchanted forest. I'm into some ambition. Oh no. Oh god. Help! Hello? We're good, we're good. We're good. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I think that while this project is quite an ambitious one, and maybe the most ambitious project that I've ever come up with, it's actually really exciting because I think it'll look so cool if we could have water trickling down from the top of this mountain, being like snow melt, coming down and curving its way down this mountain, and using that little crevice or ravine or whatever it is right here as lines. So starting at the top here and like following that S-curve down. Can you not get in my way, man? All flowing down to this big pond lake down here. I think that'd be really cool. Looking at this, it's definitely an ambitious task. We might have to cut this up into a few episodes. I think it'll be really worth it in the end, and I think it's going to be a really, really, really cool area once I am done with it. I'm pretty confident that with some patience and some effort, this will be a really, really cool area, and I'll be very happy with taking on this task. But for now, let's just get home and try not to die out here. Alrighty, we are back, safe and sound. Guys, Clopham died. I was just coming out here to do some more scouting and start maybe formulating a little bit of what I'm going to do out here. We came all the way around the mountain just to come up here and walk to come look at the space right here. And what do you know? This is what happened. Only it happened to be a lot deeper, and I could get myself out, but then I couldn't dig around Clopham for some reason. I don't know, his hitbox was in the way or something. So yeah, Clopham's dead. Here lies Clopham, the best steed a man could ask for. Been with me since day one. He's carried me many a miles across this world. You will always be loved, Mr. Clopham. I'm sorry that you died in such a bad way. It'll soon be an enchanted forest where maybe your spirit will find some solace. Clopham, thanks again. I'll be seeing you in the next life, my friend. Okay, so I've come home and Clopham's child has grown up. Here's just a flashback that I happen to have by chance of me getting that breeding done. We shall see how he does. Okay. Already seems very fast. Alright. Not a bad horse. This is Cow, the horse. This is a direct descendant of Clopham, so very happy to have him around. And hopefully he will fill those big shoes that Clopham left. And we'll also use Cow to go find some other horses, and as long as we keep Cow alive, we can keep the bloodline of Clopham alive. So yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna try our best to keep Clopham's bloodline alive and keep Clopham alive in our world forever through that. Let's go over to the area that we're gonna be working on today again. I actually spent a little bit of time making a little tunnel here so it's easier to get back and forth. It'll be right up here. Yeah. Perfect height for me and a horse to come through and get to the other side here where we're gonna be putting a lot of work in. Cool. Back through the tunnel we go. Cute. Okay, and now it was time to start working on the project. And first off, I needed a lot of mud. So I decided to actually make myself a mud farm. I didn't make it from my own expertise and smarts. I used a tutorial. I have the link to the tutorial in the description of this video here, and it was made by Spawn Camped. It's a great farm, and it works just fine. It's not automatic, but it's much faster than finding a bunch of mud or doing it yourself, so I'm happy with it. Now with all that mud, I'm able to make the lake bed that I want to make, and I just sectioned it out with stone and used deep slate and mud to make a cool gradient on the bottom. And then I went up, like I talked about already, and made this water-flowing river kind of thing that goes from that snow melt down into the lake. And when creating builds like this, I usually try to reference real life first, maybe being a little bit inspired by other creators that I've seen or anything like that, but trying not to do that too much and really just trying to go with the flow. Experimenting, trying things, and going, yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that, and kind of moving on from it. And the whole goal of this was really just to be as flow statey as possible and try to match what I had going on in my head to what I can see in my world. And it took a little bit longer because I just decided to do it all on survival. I didn't do anything in creative to try anything or anything like that. Honestly, it's turning out pretty cool, and I'm excited to see how the rest of this goes because there's a lot more work that needs done. But so far, I think it's looking pretty cool. Creating a build like this takes a lot of time and effort, so if you want to help support me and, just tell me that you like what I'm doing, like what you're seeing, you stuck around this long, subscribe to the channel, like the video, that would be greatly appreciated. Now, I'll shut up about that and let's get on with the rest of this. So I've been going around and mossifying and trying to make the landscape a lot more interesting. Do you like my my little waterfall here? I'm pretty happy with it. I guess it's more of a river, but whatever. Waterfall, river, whatever you want to call it. It's looking pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with it. And I've got these cool little boulders and rock stacks and stuff around. I've dotted them around this whole entire area here, and if you can see, yeah, we're putting some work in getting some moss here. That's going to encapsulate, I think, this entire valley if I can, because I want it to look nice and lush and beautiful. That being said, this has gone through, I think, a single chest of moss so far doing this much. It's going to be even more over there because of that biome, so I'm gonna have to do even more moss just to make it blend in better. Yeah, I'm on to my last moss block now. So I have never made a moss farm before in my entire life, and I think that I'm gonna have to today. So I'm gonna go ahead and look up a bunch of tutorials and make myself a moss farm, because there is no way that I am a redstone genius enough to make a moss farm. But some awesome people on YouTube and Reddit probably know, and they'll be teaching me today. I'll credit whoever's design that I decide to use. So let's get to that once I get myself some food, because I'm completely out. I've decided to go with the moss farm by basic redstone, and for that I need sticky pistons. So right now I'm trying to go for a trial chamber so I can get myself some slime balls. And yeah, so right now I'm leveling up this cartographer who will hopefully give me a trial chamber map. Let's see. Okay. Alright, we got the map. Map in hand and all geared up, we hopped on Cow and we got on with our side quest to go find a trial chamber. And I was completely ready for this to be a multiple hour experience, but it actually ended up being pretty quick, which is very unusual for me in this world. But you don't hear me complaining because I have a lot of work to do back at the base, and yeah, so we ended up basically getting to where we needed to get to for the trial chamber, dug straight down, and ended up finding it pretty quickly. And what do you know? The first thing that we find in the first spawner was a slime spawner. So instead of making this a long trip, I ended up just grabbing the slime balls and headed straight back to base so I could get back to work. I'm back and I'm gonna make this moss farm. We've got all the stuff that we need, or at least that the video that I'm referencing says that we need. This is a basic redstone video. Subscribe to them. I'm subscribing now. But yeah, I'm just gonna put this together. I just need to make this as fast as I can so that I can get as much moss as I can for the build. So let's do it. Alrighty, and we're done. I have expertly followed a tutorial and now we have a moss farm. So let's give this lever a flip real quick and start it up. It's a little bit loud, but you can see in little cheaty cam here, it's producing this moss here. And stone is being created in these stone generators and being pushed out by pistons and destroying the moss. And water is washing all the moss and extra blocks down into this storage container and into this bone meal farm, which is being circulated, I guess, back in through the system, and then it makes it self-sustainable. I couldn't have created it myself, and I am acting like I understand it, but I don't really understand it that much. It's running on a clock here, which, again, another thing that I would love to actually understand the components of, but I'm not very redstone savvy. But this is a great creation by Basic Redstone. This stuff is awesome, and let me just go and see how fast it's producing. Oh yeah. So there's like 4 stacks. Oh, another 4.5 stacks. So at least like 12 stacks so far, just in like a couple minutes. This is perfect. This will be perfect for our builds. And hopefully we will never need moss again. Now we can use this to get back to our build. Alright, well, I'd say that we probably have enough moss now to get started out there again. I think we definitely have enough. And while I've been waiting on that moss, I also have this little mud farm that I'm using. And I've got a little bit of mud. All the stone that I had to excavate for these 2 rooms and stuff. I'm slowly but surely gathering items up. Basically, the whole goal here right now is to make this entire kind of bowl look like that. It's going to be a lot of work, but also I've done a lot of the work already, and it's actually a really fun process, kind of walking around and just trying to be creative and set up little bits of rock here and there, and covering up most of this space with tons of moss, bone mealing it in any ways that I can, and then, you know, going through and kind of culling the grass and foliage and stuff as best as I can. So yeah, I'm gonna continue this up and around, and probably up and around this way, and then also behind me eventually here too, and hopefully we can get this done in just one long session. Pretty much once I get everything mossy, we'll come back and we'll add in some smaller details here and there, and then we'll add in trees and paths and all sorts of other stuff. Step 1 is to get the whole area here looking like this. So let's get to it. Now the first thing that I wanted to do was work out this transition between the snow and the moss, and I thought some cool rock formations would be nice, and some mossy rocks and such. Following that flow was also to just put some rock falls and boulders around the area, as you'd see on any rocky hillside or mountainside. Trying to keep myself in check, I then went down below it and tried to make it as lush and pretty as possible underneath, and try to keep a certain workflow going so that I can see how much work that I've put in and how much I have left. That being said, I also worked out how high the mossy area and the lushness was going to go up that dried grass section. Then I started to work on cutting down the trees in the rest of the area there. Because eventually trees and custom stuff is going to go here, but first we gotta just clear it out so that I can see the area. My general plan for this was really just to get moss on all the surfaces as much as I possibly could, and kind of follow the same patterns of the natural generation, because the natural generation was what inspired me the most in this anyway, so I didn't want to get rid of that. I just wanted to get rid of the ugliness of like the browns of the dirt on the sides and all that, and I know that I could probably use a resource pack to do that, but I think it's better to do it with the moss. I think the moss is a nicer look anyway, as it was more lush and vibrant than the other greens, and it was nice to kind of mix the two when the grass and the moss went together, but in that dry grass area they kind of clash a little bit too much. Taking on this training project was really fun to make these cool different like rock formations and kind of figure out what I would think would be more of a natural looking environment than the Minecraft environment itself. And I thought I did a pretty good job. I covered up some of these snow melts, like the place where Clopham unfortunately met his end. Rest in peace, Mr. Clopham. This is all for you, man. I ended up going around the whole bowl here and working out the transition between the snow and the moss again here, and making another little inlet for the other waterfall to fall into. The idea with this little area was to add more interest in the stone variant, so I made a little rock formation up at the top of this little peak here, and pretty much that entire first layer of terraining was done. So it was time to go around with bone meal and just get the right balance of grass and flowers and such in these areas as possible. And now we come to an unplanned section of this, which was, I just thought that the whole area looked a little bit unbalanced with just having one of those river/waterfalls going through it. So I made my own on this side as well, because when I was looking over here, it did lend itself pretty well to a meandering little waterfall, creek, river thing. And I put a lot more detail into the stonework and all that stuff here because I thought that it needed it, and it was a good idea for how I want the rest to look once I get to detailing the rest of it myself. I wanted to make sure that I did it right. The rest, I think I'm still kind of on my first pass on, but yeah, this one I'm very happy with. Use stairs, slabs, little stones to give it more dimension. These are some other little rock stacky areas that'll still need a little bit more of my attention, but pretty happy with how they're turning out. Days of work being revealed here, and I'm pretty proud of my work. I'm excited for the next episode where I will continue to work here and put in paths and maybe bridges or docks. We're still wanting to make the enchanted forest over all of this, but first we had to make the actual area look like what we wanted it to look like. And it was a pretty simple job, but it just took a long time. It took some dedication, and honestly, anybody can do something like this if you just take your time trying to find a cool area that really inspires you, that you can just visualize what you want to do with it. Just jump in, play the game, and don't think about how long it's going to take you to do a project, because this is the longest project that I've undertaken, and I'm very happy with the results. This is a general first pass of this area, and it's not quite complete, but this is a good explanation of, how I take Minecraft terrain and form it into my own so that I can build upon it. And take an already inspiring terrain and morph it into something that I find more idealistic and more inspiring. And with a little bit of creativity, you can do it yourself. I just want to say a big thank you to anyone who's made it to the end of the video. You're awesome. Make sure that if you enjoyed the content, you liked it. If you're new around here and you enjoy the video style and anything like that, if I entertained you, if you learned anything, make sure you subscribe. You can always unsubscribe for any reason. But regardless, I am so happy that anybody's watched the video. I hope you've learned something. I hope you've been inspired. This is only step one of many steps to finishing this whole area here. As always, I've got some big plans coming up with this whole area here, so stay tuned for the next episode of this Forever World series, and thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a lovely day, and I hope you have a wonderful week or so before the next video. I will see you there. Bye bye. Last video, we went from this barren landscape to this barren landscape. Not quite so barren, a lot more custom, and we turned it into something beautiful. This episode, we're going from that to this. A vibrant enchanted forest full of detail, a path running through it, and a ton of custom-built unique trees that inhabit the area. Sit back, get comfortable, and now, let's rewind a bit. As you can see, I have been working on the stone detailing in this area here. Parts where the rocks are breaking down and eroding over time, and where they've fallen down the hill. Overall, giving it the character that I feel like it actually needs, and that I was seeing when it was really just the bare bones version before I did all this stuff. But now I'm bringing it to life here, and as you can see, we're also doing it on this area here. So I'm going to just kind of show you my thought process around this. So first off, let me sleep really quick. Come on. Yes, now that we're awake, I can kind of show you what I've been thinking. Let's take a look over here first. We made it so that it was a nice like rocky cascade here. And anytime that it would kind of bend or turn, I thought, well, why would it be doing that? So I put like extra rock structure around there, or some larger rocks and such have settled and kind of forced the shift in the trajectory of the water. And I'm thinking the same thing over here. So where it comes down, it gets like split here, but then it comes down and eventually pools a little bit and then turns and comes back down that way. I think that to show why it would do that, I'm just putting a little bit extra stonework and such around this area here, thinning it out a little bit there, and then we'll put a little bit more on this side and have it get a little bit thicker on both ends towards where it opens up into the lake. I see you. Let's go fix that. Now it's time to continue kind of stonying up this area here. This is just a rough sketch at the moment, so we're using these little buttons to texture up this area. So now we can take a look. This is kind of what I've been doing, is doing a little rough sketch, then taking a look at it from afar with the free cam, which I gotta say is such an underrated tool for being able to see your builds from afar in a quick kind of way so that you can just correct any mistakes you see and then just get right back to work. It just makes the whole building process a little quicker. Now I forgot to make more mossy stuff, so let's go ahead and grab that. I think I got enough moss for a while. Now I'm going to continue making little rock formations down the way until we get to the mouth of it down here. I'm leaving some of the moss and keeping some of the green with some mossy cobblestone. I think that works really well. Replacing some of the moss and just adding in some mossy cobblestone and such can give it a nice look and some nice texture, and you know, you can kind of trick the eye into thinking that it's kind of gradually moving from moss to stone. This spot right here has too much cobblestone in my opinion. Now we can just add a little bit of this stone here. They work pretty well to give shape to the rock formations without just making it feel too blocky and bad. So much of this is really just about vibes. Seeing what you do and don't like and figuring that out through the process. Because like right now I'm thinking that it gets a little bit too thin right here, and the vibe that I'm feeling is that it should come out to about here so that it kind of follows that line down the way, that diagonal kind of. And I think it could come down and kind of open up pretty gradually to here. A few rocks here and there, maybe some buttons. Before there, like right here, I think if I take a shovel and I just get rid of some of this grass here, put some stone in, maybe some cobblestones, mossy cobble, things like that. Looks pretty good. Then we can just take that and fill in some of the rest here, and we can make a little formation like that. Maybe pop a couple of these up like that. Boom, boom, boom. Cobble, take that moss, put some more cobble, maybe put in some stone in here so there's a little bit less of the green. I need to sleep. I think the point of doing more organic, natural builds like this is to kind of keep it a little bit chaotic. Some of those beautiful nature is completely chaotic and crazy, and I think that that's kind of what I'm going for with my landscapes here. There's a rhyme and a reason to it, but there's also some chaos that isn't quite explained. And I like that. And let's take a look. I think that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. Oh goodness, oh lordy. Oh, they do a lot of damage. I just want your ender pearls, that's all. There we go, alright. Now I'm gonna get to detailing the rock formations up on this edge. want these stones in this area to look like they've been around and eroding for years and years and years. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go visit those ones next once I finish up with these. That one is a little bit more simple, but I think it works. You don't want to overdo it with these kind of things. You also don't want to underdo it. I think what we got going on here is working just fine though. So far, this hillside's looking a whole lot better already. Well, we've just gone mute for a little bit so that we could finish up the rock training because you get the gist of it and we need to move on. While we take a look at these before and afters, let's talk about the plan, starting with what we're doing next. I'm going to build a path that wraps around the lake because I think that is truly step one of starting to formulate a large scale build. Knowing where the player would walk helps to focus on sight lines while designing the rest of the area. I think that's one area of my building that I could definitely improve on, so I'm trying my best to think about them a lot more as I build. As you can see in here, we're not just making a straight path, it's gonna go around and in its own kind of meandering direction, so it looks a little bit more natural, and we end up with a nice looking result. Welcome back. It is time to talk about this. And honestly, I've been kind of walking back and forth, pacing this path the whole time. I could use some detailing around the edges. I am hesitant to start that because I also have big plans for kind of putting a bunch of trees around and doing a whole bunch of detailing in that aspect, like making a forest. Also, I apologize if I sound a little bit stuffy. I've been a little bit sick the last few days, and today has been the first day where I'm feeling okay enough, I feel like, to record. So, welcome to this new path that I've made. I made this cute little, brain fog. I made this cute little bridge here, even though it's like barely anything, and it's really tiny. I think it really adds a lot to this little space. I think it's pretty cute. Doesn't that look cute? I don't know. It's not a whole lot, but it's pretty cool. The whole point of this isn't to put a bunch of attention onto this bridge. It's just to help us get across here and to show that this path is coming through here and people need a place where they'll cross the river. So the bridge does that job just fine, and I like it. My idea is that this path will eventually wrap around and go around here and potentially up there and out that way. It'll probably split off once it crosses here. Maybe one side will go up the path that way and one side will go around and then back to this path here. I think that'll work pretty well. And yeah, I've got some larger plans. Here's just an idea of some of the future plans for this area. Bunch of trees around. That is barely scratching the surface of what I actually want to put in, so it's gonna be a lot. It's already taken a few hours just to find the right positions for some of these trees, and multiple other hours putting together the trees themselves. But why don't we take a look at that process here in my creative flat world. So the first step was to find inspiration. For me, that meant paying close attention to particular trees while I was out on hikes. This photo is what inspired that laying down tree that I just built. Next, I looked around the internet until I found another one that could serve as a reference for my build. And alongside the photos, I would just try to use my imagination with the reference I already used, and try to build all kinds of unique looking trees to fit the vibe I'm going for here. And this is just a quick example of how loosely I use some of these references, but I still think they work pretty well. I think it's key to let my imagination run wild sometimes and just build for fun. Also, so many people limit their building capabilities because they ignore the creative world part of the game, and as someone who is a survival Minecraft player since the beta version, I know, I'm old. It wasn't until like last year that I started actually using creative worlds and building in them more often and actually spending my time in there. And I gotta say, like, since that shift, I've found myself so much more inspired and capable as a builder. That coupled with Axiom and free cam mods, I'm able to create things that I've never thought to before and that I never thought I was capable of. I gotta say, those are huge tools that I ignored for a long time, and I'm sure many people do as well. So yeah, here we're just building other smaller nature things like little saplings and mushrooms and all the different things you might see in a forest that aren't trees, and along with some other trees and all sorts of other things. As you can see, I really went all in on trying to make as many unique, cool trees as possible. Now here is some of that like old growth stuff, and I'm really happy with some of this and how it came out, because I love this type of tree. It was kind of inspired by bonsai trees, and then here's some other sycamores, just a little bit of a smaller version. And I worked on doing the leaves of the sycamore a different way with birch leaves instead of spruce leaves, because I thought the coloring was a little bit better. If you like this kind of content, please give me a like and subscribe. It really helps a small channel like mine grow, and you can always unsubscribe later. Alright guys, it is time for me to show you the work that I've been putting in over the last couple of days. A little bit at a time, because I have been real busy this week, and that's quite annoying, but I can show you what I've been doing over the last couple of days, because this has taken me hours and hours. I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit how long it's taken me just to do this, but here, let's take a look. As you can see, this is my plan. And all these trees are custom built, custom made by me. We have a bunch here. I have plans for this particular area right here, so don't worry too much about that looking all barren. We got most of the large trees placed and put into cool spots. I gotta go through and build all those trees now. Yeah, we have all the plans in place. There will be much more than just these trees that you see in this plan. There will be bushes, and there will be smaller little saplings and things like that that will just help to complete the entire aesthetic and vibe. I want it to look like an old growth kind of enchanted forest with some cooler little curvy tree groves, and then some larger willows and sycamores that go along the lake there. Right now I'm just going to show you this plan here, and now I'm going to get to work on actually putting together these trees. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this time lapse, where I will explain some facts about these trees that I'm building. Let's do it. Are you guys stuck? Yeah, well, you do some damage, but not enough. Alright. Those guys did get me pretty good. Welcome back. I have done a few trees here. I've barely scratched the surface of everything that I gotta do. But I figure I should probably take a little bit of a break here, because I have to go get myself some glowberries. So I'm gonna go take a little adventure, try to find some glowberries, and maybe we'll get ourselves an axolotl. But I don't know. We'll see. If the opportunity presents itself, I will. If not, we're just gonna grab some glowberries and head back here to get back to work, because we need some little hanging vines off of the trees like this here small willow that I'm working on. It's an enchanted forest, so I'm gonna try my best to have little lights kind of hanging in all these trees, and yeah, just give it that enchanted kind of look with those. So come with me and let's go find some berries. So, by chance, I don't know what happened to this tree, or if I've been here before. Maybe I have. But I think I think that's rooted dirt. Yeah, so there must be a lush cave under here. I was just boating out in the middle of that ocean and saw these trees and zoomed in on them. There was one leaf that I was like, I think that's an azalea leaf. And Yeah, so I'm gonna dig down, see what we can find. Aha! Alright, now we just need to get a few of these. Oh. Glowberries, no. Oh. Did I look at that Enderman? I don't know. I'd like to get some glowberries without having to deal with all these mobs. I'll be alright though. I guess while I'm at it, I can also get... I'll get glowberries, and then I'll also get some drip leaf. Look at how cute! How come I can't... Oh, there we go. Haha. Got an axolotl. I think these lush caves might be my favorite place in the game. They're just so cool. They're so pretty. Alright, let's go home. I said that I'd be using a lot of different trees as my inspiration for this build. One of my favorite trees that I see all the time in North America is oak trees. They are just so abundant, but also so special and cool that I couldn't not mention them. Their average lifespan is 150 to 250 years, and they grow in abundance around the world with over 500 species growing all around the world, and 90 species alone in the United States. And because of their foundational role in local food webs, oak trees are called keystone species, because they support more plants and animals than any other species even comes close to. Moving on from oak trees, it's time to talk about willows. Wood from willow trees might be too soft to be used for lumber, but it's popular for wicker work and making baskets. Willow trees thrive in cool, moist conditions and are quite common around bodies of water. Willows are a useful pioneer species and are popularly used to repopulate ecosystems damaged or disrupted by fires or other hazards. They're also common in cemeteries in China and Turkey, where the tree is deemed a symbol of profound grief. And also raindrops that are falling to the ground from the drooping branches of willows resemble tears, and that's how it got the weeping willow as its name. Lastly, we can talk about the American sycamore, or as people in England call it, the plane tree, or the ghost tree, or a bunch of different names that go along with this tree. It's mostly known for its white bark because its outer layers shed, and it shows the inner layers of the tree, which are a brighter white kind of color that stands out compared to the other trees in the forest, especially in the winter. They distinctively grow near water sources as well, and having large trunks that are often hollow, they provide ample habitats and shelter for smaller animals like raccoons, possums, squirrels. They also have very large branches, so it allows for big nests for eagles and hawks. But not just larger animals, they also are most notably favorable to yellow-throated warblers, which have a strong affinity for sycamores. Well, I think that side is pretty much done, but this side over here is still looking a little sparse. We've done a lot of time-lapse builds of these trees today. Why don't I actually kind of take you through the process that I would normally make when I'm building these trees? It's you know, it's one thing to talk through a time lapse. It's another thing to actually show you first person and kind of just going organically and figuring out how we would make a tree. Because normally I would be doing this in creative, but I think I've made enough now that my brain is kind of thinking in trees and in how to build them to make them look kind of natural and cool. So we're gonna make a couple trees here, and I just figured I'd talk through my process. I want one tree on this kind of mound here that goes over the sight line, and then I want a couple more smaller trees like these ones up on this little ledge, and then we'll put a few more right along that ledge too. And then one not large tree but not tiny tree either. Like maybe something like this guy or something that'll go right here. And then we'll have a few of the smaller tiny trees that kind of spot the area in between them, and a few others through these areas too. This is going to be an area where I build a tree. First off, I usually like to get the materials that I need, and I don't have the materials that I need on me. So let's go get some leaves and stuff. Whoopsies. Hey chicken. Now that we're back and we have an inventory full of oak leaves, we can go ahead and get started here. So I would start with a strong base to a tree. I kind of like to have an idea of the kind of tree that I'm building. So normally I try to find a reference image of some sort or reference a tree from like real life. So probably just gonna start off with a 4x4 little area, trunk, and then build the way up. We will put some texturing there with some stripped dark oak and then some non-stripped. We have a nice trunk here. So the bottom here I would normally put kind of a mix of slabs and stairs to give it the kind of root system that I feel like it would need. So there we have it, we got some roots, and maybe we can put a couple of these down just like right there. They're kind of coming back up a little bit. These are coming down, and there you go. Now we got a trunk and its roots down. And from here I can take some scaffolding, come up a little bit, put some stairs there. That looks pretty natural there. And then do the same thing over on this side. You will just build this up a little bit further. Got the wrong thing in my inventory. Okay. Making this a little higher. Cool. We will put, I think another stair, not like that. Another stair like this. And we can take some dark oak fences. So we can take some fences and we can build up a few like that. Now that is not quite tall enough. We want like maybe one or two more. Let's go that high and see how that looks. Oh, wait. Now, if that is as high as that tree goes there, I think that'll look pretty nice. Now that we have the main trunk completed, it is time to start on making the branches. Starting kind of low, where the trunk starts to kind of get a little bit smaller, I think is also where the branches would be sprouting out. So I'm gonna start putting areas for the branches, an open fence gate right there, so it kind of gives it a little bit more dimension underneath it. I put one more underneath this one here. It's coming out this way, but we kind of want it to look like it's curving just a bit and going upwards and then downwards. So here's one branch, and it's not quite done. We want it to be a little bit longer, because if you look at a tree, they really do sprawl a lot. There we have one branch. We're going to want this one to kind of curve out this way a little bit. I'm liking that so far. I think that'll look pretty cool from anywhere you're looking at it. And then also think about how a tree would actually grow. So you can use the top-down perspective if you have free cam, and if you don't, I don't know, scaffolding or something like that would work, and you can get all the way up here and look down. You just want to see it sprawling, because a normal tree, you'd see them kind of going in all different directions and going all the way to the top of the tree here. So that is what I try to do when I build branches and build trees, is just make sure that all different areas are covered, because the way that a tree grows, it wants sunlight, and you're not going to see it all going in one direction, because the sunlight is kind of fleeting when you have a bunch of coverage in certain areas, so it starts to branch out in new directions. Now we have a nice tree with a bunch of branches, and when you look down on it like this, it's got a bunch of different branches that go in different directions, and they would all have access to sun somehow. I think if I was going to be making it without leaves, I would have done a little bit more work to make it look a little bit better. Once leaves are all in here and the branches are kind of covered, it won't be that big of a deal. Now it's just time to put leaves on it, and then we'll see it afterwards. And when putting leaves on these, I like to first cover the branches up until a point. And yeah, once I cover up most of the branch that I've made with leaves, then I try to go in an organic kind of sparse way, but going with a lot of these pluses. I think the 1 2 3 1 2 3 kind of cross ends up looking pretty natural and good. I've done that on a lot of these trees here, and I find that it makes it look bushier and it makes it look more natural. I love this tree. I think it's pretty cute, and now we can just bone meal up some of these glowberries. And now, as we move on to this next tree, it's going to be a little bit smaller and a little bit more curved, like this tree over here, or this tree down here. This time we're practicing the same techniques as earlier, but just being a little bit more intentional with the curves. And there's the next tree done. Looking pretty cool, looking pretty good. So we got this larger tree here and then this smaller tree there to kind of frame in this area here. But that's about it for the explanation of how I do my trees and kind of doing a couple custom trees on the fly. I'm just going to go ahead and put up some bushes and stuff around and smaller trees just so that I can fill out the area a little bit. So let's go ahead and quickly do that. And here we are. I've gone and put in a couple more little custom trees like this one here. They're meant to be smaller little bushy trees. I've also gone around and I've bone mealed up a lot of this area and put in like little spots where there's some ferns that are kind of growing up the side with some flowers, and also every once in a while I've put in a little bush here and there. So here's a couple more areas where I've added some bushes, some more ferns and flowers and such. Just gone around trying to liven up the place and make it look the way a forest would. I've added in a few just regular Minecraft trees here and there, just to give it a little bit more depth. I'm trying to think of some other stuff to put around the area, so if you have any ideas for that, let me know. But for now, let me go ahead and grab a bunch of these because I gotta put these on some of the other trees. I can light these up around here. Now these trees down here get some. And there you have it. The forest is pretty much done. I gotta do a little bit more on the ground level of it all here and there, but for today, I'm happy with where we're at. I have this feeling that regardless of how much work I put in over here, I can always come back and put a little bit more in, a little bit more detail, and that's what I plan on doing. Oh, isn't this just so pretty right here? I think I found my favorite spot, right here. Gorgeous. But yeah, we've got an enchanted forest now, and I'm really psyched about it. So you can see I've put in some mushrooms and berries, some more rocks, some more bushes, some like dead mushrooms here, and more berries, little saplings, ferns, bushes. It kind of turns from being a little bushy area and you walk into the forest, and trying to use sight lines so that it gradually gets more and more foresty. I love this little area. I gotta add more things like that. Little fallen logs and mushrooms and just like marshy kind of grounds and stuff. But yeah, as you walk in, you just really get engulfed by this forest, and that's what I'm going for. Everywhere you look, there's another cool tree or another cool area that you can peer at. Some ferns. And then you get down here, and you can walk under these big trees here, and these fireflies are so pretty too. Wow. I love that. But yeah guys, with that, the enchanted forest is done. I just gotta finish up this path and put in one last build next episode. So stay tuned, check in, subscribe to the channel. Thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate you, and I hope you have a lovely day. Bye bye. Welcome to the episode. Today we're going to start by building a bridge across this little river here. So yeah, let's build that and then let's get on with the path that the bridge is going to lead to. Thanks for watching. Let's do it. Let's sleep. Okay, wait, I gotta go see how big the other bridge is really quick, because I want it to just be a replica of that pretty much. 3 across, okay. Cute little bridge. Bam, bam, bam. Alright. I don't know if I could do it, because I've never tried it before, but I've seen people use baby chickens and leads to do like rope guardrails on these things, and I think that would be such a cool thing to be able to do. I have no idea how to do it, but it might be fun to experiment here. So let's see here. I want this to go there, I think. So I should have, yeah. Boom. Let's put that there. Cool. And now we can put one here and one here. Doesn't need to be all perfect. I don't understand how it would work now that I'm looking at it. So I've gone over this area a bunch of times, and it bothers me so much that Endermen can just come here and steal moss and grass and walk away with them. Does anybody have any idea how to fix that? If you do, please let me know in the comments. If not, I can do some Googling on my own, but yeah. Between episodes, I did a ton of fishing. As you can tell, I'm eating a lot of fish. I didn't catch anything of note, so I didn't really think of too much about it, but I did catch a bunch of lily pads, and I made this cool little parkour across there, so that'll be fun to use when I don't want to go on the path. I also was sitting here just thinking about ways to kind of spice up this area. I took some inspiration from Mumbo Jumbo and made some orange candles, and I put some copper chains here that I'm going to let oxidize, and they should turn green and then be cool little stalks for cattails. Little things, then all around just lily pads and drip leaf things. I'm excited for it, and I'm actually a little bit disappointed. I didn't find anything that really gave me any kind of answers to what I want to do here. Maybe it'll be interesting if I try to make something. How about we do that for a little bit? And if it doesn't work, well, I scrap it all. Wow, I can put these on here. I think it might be better if I actually make some real lanterns and not just put them on posts, but for now, that's nice, isn't it? Okay, so I'm thinking maybe I get rid of this one, right? Let's make my 20th crafting table this week, and I'll make a quick stair. I know I could just use a stone cutter, but it's fine. Okay, so if I put a stair here, and I went like that, and I put a little chick right there, and then I gave it the golden dandelion, right? Because I'm in the new update, so it never grows up. I could take this, put that over it, ooh, or I could put a moss carpet over it, and then I could connect that lead over to here. Oh, I want to try it. Okay, let's try it. I hate not having space in my inventory though. Minecraft, please. I want backpacks. I want something else other than just bundles. Bundles are great though. I'm not gonna knock them too much. I'm very happy with them, but let's see, I'm 780 days into my world or something like that, and I still. What are you doing? Do you even? Nobody likes you. Go away. Don't attack me. I'm not going to attack you, alright? Back away slowly. Okay, I gotta run all the way back and get some eggs. Don't worry. Making this tunnel prettier is on the agenda. I don't know if it's on today's agenda, but it's on the agenda. It will get done at some point. I'll show you how I've been getting around lately. Alright. Isn't that so much faster using ender pearls? I need to make some leads. Then let's get, I know I have a bunch of eggs in here. Let's bring all those. Golden dandelions. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, and then I should have some gold here. I don't know how much I'm gonna need. I'm just gonna make some, I think it's golden nuggets. golden dandelion. There we go. All right, cool. Easy peasy. Now I can feed these to some little baby chicks when I place them in their little spot. It's gonna be perfect. I'm so excited. I just want to see this. I want to make this work. Gotta get this carpet out and ready. Just throw a chicken in here. Come on, chicken. Okay. There we go. So far, so good. I had to feed it this. Wait, hold up. No, come back. Come back, Mr. Chicken. Okay. Okay. Get back in this spot. It's a tiny little spot, but you need to get in there. Can I shove you in there? Get in there. Okay, perfect. Cool. I don't hate that. It connects into the the stone, but what if I I don't know. I mean, from here it looks great. But when walking across it, it might not. But honestly, I like it. I don't mind it. What do you think?
He's suffering. For your aesthetic gain.
Do you-
Looks good.
Do you really think that I shouldn't have the chicken in there?
It's moving because he's in there.
Well, it's a tentative yes then. And with her enthusiastic support, it was time to start on the next one right next to it on this same bridge. So we got the chick in this little spot, we got it all connected up, and then I needed to fix up the rock area around, and I ended up letting the chick out again. So then I grabbed it and had to pull it back and get it situated once again, do it all over again, and finally we got it back in its spot. Okay, I've done both of the little rope tricks. I like them. If you walk across, you can still hear the chicks, which I don't really love. That's okay for now. Next, I gotta work on the rest of the pathing here, but I'll just show you. I did one more over on this one here. I'm not convinced about this one. I'm not gonna do one on this side, but we'll see. I'll keep it there for now, and if it ends up annoying me, maybe I'll change it later. But now it's time to work on this path some more, and then we get to work on the next build in this big area here. Okay, I have a problem. I cannot stop getting up and doing other things in the middle of working on this stuff. I keep getting distracted and walking away and going and doing something and then coming back to it and doing more and then walking away and doing like 5 more blocks and then I go away. Like, I want to get this done so bad, right? But I just like, I don't want to do it. The path making isn't the most fun in this game, but I can have fun doing it. It's time to make myself have fun. I think personally, as someone who is an avid hiker, a lot of times a path isn't going to go directly along this river line or this lake line or whatever. It's not going to go right next to it because erosion happens. You know, that type of stuff happens. And you don't want the path to get destroyed when, say, it floods or something like that. So I feel like a lot of times it would go up on a ridge and kind of wrap around so that you have sightline on it the whole time and it's pretty, and then maybe you'll have some like inlets that will let you get down to the water. So I think that's how I'm going to think about this. So I'm going to just keep going up here and wrap around the ridge. Maybe we can make the path a little bit narrower through here and make it as seamless as possible, and then it will kind of come back down and up and around. That's what I'm going to try to do. And if it works out, it works out. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. But now I can just shut my brain off for a little bit and make a path. Alright, we've finished the path, and let's check it out. Now we can walk around this lake on a path the whole entire way, and really take in all my work from last episode. I also made this cool little stairway that goes up and around here, and I think this looks really nice. And I think it is really reminiscent of like going on a hike. You're going up a hill and you can look over the water. It's just so nice. Maybe you see a bridge in the distance there. I love it. It's so immersive. These cattails are taking a long time to oxidize, but that's okay. We'll just wait for them to. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. I love this. I think it looks so good. And now that the path is done, we can get to today's plans, which are going to all take place right up in here. In order to start today's plans, I think I'm going to have to do something a little bit different. I will show you this reference image that I drew here. It's of this wizard tower and this like cattywampus type of abode kind of area with a greenhouse on it. And yeah, it's all going to go right over here. I haven't built any of it in creative or anything like that. And yeah, I've been trying to go through some of my different ways of building and being creative in this game. Here's a new way. Sometimes I like to draw my ideas and use those as references. Now I might pop into creative just to work on the build itself and like the textures and the different blocks that I might be using. We might hiccup every once in a while or run into some hitches, but I think that at the end we'll get a good result and it might be a fun process. So yeah, that's the bulk of today's episode. Let's get to work. We are in our creative world here. It's just a copy of the Forever world, but in creative. No custom trees, no lake, no streams, nothing. Because I did all that in survival, and I didn't do it on here. It's kind of crazy seeing it how it actually was naturally, versus how we got it to. But that is besides the point. Today we're working on a build in this space here. Once again, I will put up the picture of the reference image that I drew, and what we're kind of going to be working off. So I don't normally do it like this, but honestly I'm trying to get better at building myself. I've seen builders express that this is very helpful in the past, so I'm going to start by using very bright colors and just working out the general shape and structure of what I'm making. From there, we can go ahead and we can find the different textures and stuff. But the whole point of coming to this creative world is to really just structure out what I want, how I want the build to eventually look in terms of shapes. And then I can work out some gradients and some block patterns and block combinations that I enjoy. And we're going to take those things and those ideas and bring them into the survival world. That being said, let's get started on trying to formulate and scale this build. First things first is I gotta start. The first few blocks placed are always so scary. I'm always scared I'm gonna come out with a really bad project or a really bad idea and that I'm never gonna use it. But honestly, even if that's the case, you just gotta place those first blocks. So let's go ahead and do that. I think that might be big enough, but maybe a little bit larger. Alright, now I think that this will be a good structure to work with. Now I'm going to go ahead and grab this here, just so we can get a better idea of things. Next, I wanted to try to figure out how I was going to build the house off of it. Okay, I think those two shapes will go together pretty well. And then this one's going to be kind of tough. We're just going to try something, see if it works. The greenhouse I think is going to come later, but for now I'm just going to work out how this scaling is going to work. This is one of those trust the process moments, I think, and I'm having a hard time trusting it. And now I gotta work on the top part of this. I'm looking around. I mean, obviously I haven't done the back side here, but I'm trying to look from a similar angle to what I drew it at. And I would end up having a doorway right about here and a stairwell in that direction. I'm not going to be able to exactly copy my drawing without doing some sort of diagonal build for this, so I'm trying to work with that and not do a diagonal build, because I think I'll be able to do something with a little bit more detail that looks a little bit nicer without the diagonal build. The drawing that I made was very much a mock-up of what I want it to look like, and it's just to go off of. So I would be very happy if my build ended up looking like my drawing. Now I just gotta keep working on the tower, and I gotta also work out how this is gonna work. This greenhouse is like a new addition to this old tower, and it was done in a way that was like, you know, not up to code. So things are cracking around where it's coming in, and it's protruding in a very awkward and precarious way, like it wasn't put in by professionals. Now I've kind of got the outline of the greenhouse, how I want it to look. The glass will probably be on a layer like this. I'll probably use slabs and shelves and stairs to make the actual structure around the glass. But this is kind of a general like cagey structure of how I want it to look. And then right here would probably be the bracers for the top section of the build here. I think that would end up looking pretty cool. One more on this layer here. I'm also thinking it might be better to do something like that with stairs, because that would kind of go more with the curved look that I was making in my drawing. Then from there, I think we'd have two more layers that would be this smaller size. Now we have the general plan for this, and then I gotta figure out scaling of how high this is going to go up. Oh yeah. I think this is gonna come out pretty cool. I just gotta keep going, just gotta keep building. It looks weird, obviously, because I'm building it out of wool. Once we actually texture everything, we come in and like build this the way that I want it built, I think it's gonna come out pretty cool. Lastly, we need the shape of the roof. On my first attempt, I made it just a little bit too steep, so I took it and I shrunk it down just a little bit, as well as making that extra addition to it. Overall, I think that this is a good shape. If phase 1 was making the reference, we just completed phase 2, which was getting the reference into a block form in this game. Now it's time to actually start heading into how we make this build look realistic and turn it into an actual structure that you'd put in a world. So let's go ahead and start with the actual texturing. I've got a hotbar full of blocks that I think would be nice. So first off, we're gonna have bracers here. So underneath it, we want shadow. So we'd go with some of the more dark blocks. So maybe something like some tuff. So let's just say we have some tuff there, right? Towards the middle here, we want it to be a lot more stone. This is where it's gonna be getting some more light to it. So it would make sense that it's a little bit brighter than the tuff. The texture wise, we can break that up a little bit with some brick blocks. Some tough bricks just around here and there, and then within the stone here we're also going to be adding some stone bricks, and as we get to the lower parts here we're going to be adding in some greener textures, maybe a cobblestone every once in a while. You got to think of this entire structure, if it's really old, it's been weighing down all the way down to here, and it's probably been gathering moisture and water and stuff in these areas, so moss would be growing. And we can also add a little bit more of the tuff down here just to give it some more texture. Pretty good gradient from the tuff down to the mossy cobble, and some texturing with the mossy cobble, the stone bricks, and the tuff bricks. And I think if we wrapped that all the way around, it would look pretty dang good. This is a spot where I wanted to start adding in a little bit of cracks here and there. So I could use these cracked stone bricks and just give it a little bit of texture and make it really feel like it was meant to, you know, be a tower, But now it's been commandeered into being this greenhouse. I think on top of here it would be good to have walls. We'll put some more tuff here because it would be darker still. Maybe some tuff walls here and there. Mossy cobble and a little bit more of the tuff there. It might be getting dark enough down there that I would start adding some deep slate. And the bracers up here are going to be a very similar thing. We'll add some wooden beams and bracers up top further. For the majority of this tower, it's going to be that stone, tuff, mossy cobblestone kind of combination. And now for these stone braces, we would probably go with something like this. And from here we could go with, I think maybe more of the chiseled tuff. And the alternating chiseled tuff could work pretty well because you'd see these kind of bricks alternating, and I think that would look pretty cool like that. I like that. I think that'll look pretty cool. And then we'll add wooden beams. This is the main structural part of the tower done. Now we gotta get up to this kind of top room, secondary tower, and roof design. I want this layer to be wood beams. I think I want these to also be wood beams. I guess the interior of these could be stone. I think I'm gonna use dark oak wood mostly. Right there, I think that works very well to break up that texture. That's a cool braced off section, right? It's supported by the wood beams, and that's a good general idea of what we want to do with this next section here. From here, now we have the second tower coming out of the roof, and now we just gotta think about how this roof is going to actually be formed. Looking at it, I'm thinking this one might be a little bit too wide. So I'm gonna go back and try to redo it. I think that looks much better. Yeah, I don't know, it just looks more natural to me. So we'll stick with that. Okay, I think that's a pretty good block combination. Let's focus down on the house. I think I have the general idea of what I want, and it's all kind of laid out for me. And obviously I'm gonna add in a bunch more detail, but I like this so far. So yeah, let's hop back into the survival world and get started. And just like that, we're back in the survival world, and it is time to go and grab some materials and start on this build. Obviously we started on the build in the creative world, but now it's time to actually get to work on putting it into our real world. So let's take a walk on this new path that we just built, take a look at our beautiful lake, our beautiful enchanted forest that we've built around us in the last episode. This episode's not about material gathering, so I'm just gonna check back in once we get everything together. And then we can get to the build. Welcome back. We have gotten all the materials that I think we will need for this build. I have a render here behind me, but don't get confused because we're not using this render to just copy and paste it. It's exactly what you saw in my creative world. It's really just so that we can get an idea of how it's going to work Mainly, this is just to get an idea of scaling and how it's going to all lay together. Once I get this basic structure made, I think then I'll go in with details, and yeah. So let's get started. Alright, well, I've been putting some work in here, and we have a big old stone structure behind us here. And it's pretty much the whole thing kind of laid out structure-wise, but you know, with all stone. So now I'm gonna have to go in and actually remember all the different little things that I did in the creative world and build them again in this one. But it's exciting, and it's cool to see this in my actual world. I really like this angle right here. I think that's cool. We've grabbed a ghast, and now it's time to use this, for the first time ever, to hopefully help us detail this structure and get started on it. This area really is gorgeous. We've got our ghast buddy here. Now we can start working on these lower ends, and once we end up getting up there, we can hop on the ghast back and do all that up there. So let's get to work down here though at the bottom. So far, this is a progress check on some of the detailing that I've been putting in. I think it looks pretty cool. I just kind of did this staircase on the fly. I did a couple renditions, and this is what I landed on, and I like it. I've gone around and textured up the base of this whole tower. Put in this kind of bracer here, like we did in the creative world. I ended up bulking up this entryway, so it looked a little bit more realistic as an entryway. And then under here, I figured a lot of shadows would really be hitting underneath this little platform, so there's barely any regular stone or stone bricks. Backside is also done here. Now it's time to start working on the next few layers of this tower. This is gonna be a lot of work on the interior too. Well, I've also just decided that I will come around to all the little spots where this overhangs and just add in little lights. I think that'll end up looking pretty cool. This side's not gonna get one because it's got this, but maybe something right here would be okay. Just something to light up the build. Alright, back to it. Just checking in again to show the next part of the detailing. We've gone up to this next structural kind of bracing here, and now we've started to work on just formulating this greenhouse little area and how it's protruding from this area here. I've just taken out this wall so there's no confusion on you know, why there's not detailing there or anything. Got some cracks here, we got some cobblestone, some mossy cobblestone, stuff like that. I think it looks pretty cool. I personally really like this trim and this floor. But next we're gonna go up here and start to do some more of the detailing and some more of the gradient work in this next section here. So let's get to work on that. Sweet, now we're done with the next layer. So far I'm liking this. Next, let's work on the roof. We finished the roof, and we put up this cool chimney here. I kind of like the use of those chiseled tuff blocks. I think they look pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the main tower part of this build done, and now I just gotta start working on the little auxiliary structures. So yeah, I'm gonna get to work next on the house. So let's get to it. Oh. Alright, let's do it. I'm gonna be going with the general idea that I had, which was to use these dark oak planks as the walls back here, but I changed up a few details, including the front entrance right here. I think that's a pretty good entryway for the time being. If I think of anything else, I might go ahead and switch it up. Over on this roof here, we have bits of the tile popping through, and I like that, so I'm gonna try to stick with that. And over here, we're gonna go in the same way we did over here with these tiled deep slate, and just make little pockets of where the moss isn't growing. Not a whole lot of rhyme or reason to what I'm doing, but once again, just kind of going with vibes. I think it looked like it was a little bit too sparse back here with that one. Maybe we want this one, and then maybe a couple up here. I like that better, yeah. Now we've got a nice mossy roof. We got a little area with a little makeshift hatch with a little makeshift chimney that kind of comes out. Maybe there's a little cooking pot right in there somewhere that they need ventilation for. And now we'll add a couple more chimneys, like the ones up at the top of the tower, right around here. And then maybe we'll put a little fireplace down there. Small little makeshift home with an overgrown roof attached to a larger tower, and then in here is where they grow a lot of their components for their potions, and we'll get to that next, the greenhouse. Alright, I think that looks pretty cool. Now we've got the whole exterior structure pretty much made. I just got to put in a few more lights up top and some of the pathing. Alrighty folks, we are done with the exterior of this entire structure, and I'm really liking it. I hope that you guys enjoy it too. Next, we got to do some landscaping. It's time to get onto the finer details now that we've put the whole structure together, and yeah, I'm excited. How about a quick progress update for you? So we're taking a little walk around the lake here, and let's take a look at what we've done so far. Some of this stuff I did off camera. It was kind of monotonous, and I kept going back and forth with what I wanted to do, and I just thought that it probably wasn't going to be good, entertaining content. I just figured this was a pretty good viewpoint and vantage point of the build, and I think it's looking awesome. But now that it's getting dark, let's head back up there, sleep real quick, and then we can take a look at all the stuff that we've done today and some of that stuff that I did while I was not recording. Let me sleep. So first things first, I had to go around and connect up the paths. So I connected the path up to the build this way. Coming around to here, we've built this entrance here, same thing. We haven't done any interior yet, but I'm trying to think of how to go about. In my picture, I drew a little stump and an axe in it just for like a little wood cutting area, and I'm trying to think of how to do that. Now that I'm sitting here talking about it, I think I have an idea. We'll do that later. Next up, we got this area down here, so the path just wraps up and around, and then it kind of meanders down here. And we've got a little drying area, which is kind of funny that it's raining as we do this, but I figured from afar this kind of looks like towels and their clothes and stuff like that. On these like clothes hangers here, it's got a little wash basin here for them to wash the clothes in. And then from there, I've built another path just because This whole time that I've been working on this for, weeks and weeks now, I have been jumping up and up and up and up to get back to this cave here. It just is a natural kind of way to get up there. It's gradual, and I've just built out this landscape here to accommodate the path. Yeah, I mean, you've kind of seen the whole build. Let's take one last walk around the lake here and get one last look from over on this side, because I think it looks very nice from over here. I'm really happy with this build. I just think that's so cool that it's like perfectly enveloped by the leaves there, perfectly surrounded by them. But yeah guys, that's about it today. I really hope that you enjoyed the video and seen the whole process from start to finish of how I went about building this, how it started from a drawing that popped out of my head one day, and through all the limitations, making it into a build that fits really perfectly into the world. I really appreciate you and everybody who's made it this far and who watches my videos. You are amazing. Just the fact that anybody likes my stuff is so amazing to me. Thank you for all the support in that last video. I really appreciate you. If you have watched a couple videos, or maybe this is your first video and you really like the content, I promise you I put out consistent content like this all the time. Subscribe to the channel, give the video a like, or leave a comment, even if it's just to say something random. The small amount of engagement really helps. Seriously, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you so much. I really hope you've enjoyed the video. I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Kill her with magic. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got myself in this situation. And to be honest, I kinda need an explanation as well. Let's go back to the beginning. Welcome to another episode in my forever world. Today we're preparing for a boss fight. Not just any boss fight, but I want to finally beat the game. Normally my videos are centered around being creative and building cool things. And today isn't entirely different. I'm gonna be exercising my creativity in another way. I want to take down the Ender Dragon in the most creative way that I can think of. A way that I've never seen anybody try before. But this method is going to take a lot of preparations, and first things first, I want to finish the interior of this tower here. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy. Alright, let's check out the interior of this house here. I've put some work in. I've made the small little household area for whoever lives here. We've got our little kitchen over here. Next we've got this little fireplace up here. This is a little loft storage up here. And then we've got our little like reading working area down here by the fire, and up here just a little loft bed. And next we come into this room here, and this is the brewing room and the low light growing room for different potion components. And yeah, this is just gonna have a bunch of these brewing stands in here. I'm probably gonna be putting more brewing stands up this entire tower here. But yeah, we've got a good amount of nether wart in here and some other stuff. Just some cool decorations as well. Down here, under these, under there, we have firefly bushes. So it's always giving this like cool little effect. And then we've got this, which will serve two purposes. It'll bring us up to the other levels that we haven't finished yet, but also it'll serve as a water source for all the brewing needs that we might have. That's everything that I've done down here. I like it. I think it looks good. I also tried making the oven with this guy so that I could get like those smaller little particles. I just couldn't get it to work, so we stuck with the campfire. But now this is all completed, the lower floors, and it's time to get started on up here. First things first, I was thinking I want to make a spiral staircase, I think. Like a large enough one that it's really easy to get up it. I'm still trying to figure that out, and I figured that I could do that while recording here. Just a quick aside, also thank you to everybody who left comments on the last video about the Enderman griefing. It got me looking into it more. I was actually able to find a mod that allows me to stop Enderman from griefing and nothing else. So that's the mod right here. Thanks to everybody who chimed in about it. I appreciate ya. Yeah, now let's get back to the build. I'm really just spitballing ideas here, but I think that something along these lines would look kind of cool. It makes it a little bit more gradual when you use these trapdoors, so it just adds like one more step to it. I think that'll work pretty well, but I also think that we might need some sort of support beams that kind of go behind it or up the middle here. I'm gonna stick to making this first. Then we might have to tear it all down and start over, but right now I think it's working. Okay, that doesn't really work. So I'm not sure if we'll go with that. This is something I probably should have worked on before I started recording, because I don't know if I like this. Like, it's decent. Could be something like this potentially, but I don't know about it either. Not every room needs to have like major function. This could just be a lot of storage stuff that they keep down here. And then you get up into here, and here's this cool green room, and we'll make a floor up here. I think maybe I should have this go all the way up. Like that. Okay, so that's looking a little bit better. Little mushroom growth or something. I'm unsure. Maybe potentially do the same thing over here. And put something in the middle here that isn't that, just because I don't like the way that that looks. I think maybe just something like that could be alright. And then we can even put little shelving units going up here. Going up these walls. I kind of like that. Then we could have a couple of larger beams that go up the middle. Maybe this one could keep going up and then connect to where the greenhouse starts, maybe? Something like that. And then we'll add in a little doorway here. So we'll have this also come across. Just some shelves like that. And put a door right there. And there could be some walls here and here. And back down to here. Would it be better if this beam was there? So it goes right up the middle? Let's try it. So from down here, it's a little bit messy, but it would make a little bit more sense that it was going directly up the middle. So I think I'm gonna keep it here, and we'll just leave this looking a little bit messy down here. You can do something like that, just add a little bit more depth to this staircase here. So now this whole area down here, I think is pretty much done. Even this beam might be a little bit too much for down here. I think that's a little bit better. Okay, so now that I've put a little bit more time into some more of the stuff, we're just walking through the bottom here again. I it's going to take us up into this area here, which is kind of the main entry to the tower. And as you can see, this bottom floor, there's not much to it besides the fact that there's some storage, nothing in the storages or anything like that. But yeah, it's got this little area where you can drop down to here. Just, there's no official way to get down here unless you go in through the house, and that's kind of by design because this isn't a secret place, but this is a very special place that is much like a laboratory for a mad scientist or something. The potion brewer needs fast access up into his tower where he can get up his little spiral staircase here and into his greenhouse, which I've started to just do a little bit of work on forming out how the different beds are going to be laid around. We'll put some more storage of some of the stuff that's going to be growing here in these chests here. This is just more storage and shelving, and we'll probably put even more ingredients here, maybe a couple of brewing stands. And then as you come up to here, one sec, minor glitch. Glitch fixed. Now as we go up this here, this will take us up into some of the main brewing quarters as well, into the top of his tower. But I have not finished that quite yet, as it takes a whole lot of focus and creativity to do some of these interiors, so I figured I would show off what we have so far as I go around and just section out this side. I like the idea of separating this from the outside, but if we did that, it would be a very small little area. I don't know if I would like that, but let's just see how cramped this area would look if I did something like this. It wouldn't be too cramped. Maybe we could do something like that. So I am tempted to go get some mushroom stems and try to make the walls in here out of that and just see what that looks like. I'm back. I know that took no time at all for you, but I had to run all the way back to the other base and grab it. So let's take out all this stuff here. If I put these mushroom stems in as walls here, it's pretty nice for separating the two sections, and it makes this room a whole lot more interior, if that makes sense. And then on the bottom here, I could potentially put something like these stone bricks. Stone bricks down there, and then I could do just spruce planks here. Bam, now we just have this room here, which can maybe serve as a little bit more storage. Maybe we could grow some mushrooms in here or something like that. Yeah, I could do something like this, put some shelves there, put some podzol right here, and then just start making some mushrooms in here. Just a functional room here. And then as we come up to here, this and that are what I have to work on next. So this area here, I think also doing an interior wall would be smart. Just frame out the room. This could potentially work like this, framing them in. I don't hate that. I don't know. I'm still trying to decide here. Okay, so I've kind of made this spiral staircase go all the way up. This whole area is very cramped here, and it might be subject to change eventually, but for now, I kind of like it. I think it's fine. And the whole point of this top area is really just to get over to here and to look out over the world. And this stuff is kind of all just extra space for storage or whatever. The primary goal of the top of this tower here is actually going to be as a bit of a landing pad for once I get an elytra, because it'll just be easy access to get up to the top and to get down to the bottom. Make a couple of trapdoors, maybe just do something like that, and have stairs underneath it here. And then we can do something like that, and that. Then yeah, this is like the perfect little takeoff landing area. And then anytime that I need to come into this tower here, I will be able to either go in through the bottom, or if I'm flying around with an elytra, and I just need to drop in for some potions or some ingredients, I can just hop in right here. It's very bare bones, but it's at least got some sort of interior to it now. I think it's time to actually get started on what we're planning on doing, which actually I think I'm just gonna leave that there because it's perfect. You can just drop down onto it. I've been dropping down and taking fall damage every time, so that's probably better. I don't like making a build without interiors, and I like the lore behind this potion maker's reconstructed tower and home being where they live and also brew potions, and I can come here whenever I want to and steal some of their components. But yeah, today we need some potions, and that's why I built this whole potion brewing area in the first place. It's so that we can make a bunch of potions so that we can kill the Ender Dragon with potions of damage. Like I said, I figured I'd be creative in a different way this episode, and how much more creative can I get than to beat the game in a weird creative way that I've never seen anybody try before. If you have, please let me know. I'd love to give props to anybody else who's done it this way. But yeah, we're gonna take up the challenge. I hope you're as excited about this as I am, and I'm excited to get to brewing a whole bunch of potions. I'm gonna need a few things for this. I'm gonna need gunpowder. I'm gonna need spider eyes. Wait, I need gunpowder, right? So I'm gonna kill this creeper. What? Where'd it go? I gotta watch the footage back or something. Where did that go? You saw that, right? What just happened? Okay, whatever. So what I was saying is, in order for us to make this potion of harming, we are going to need a few things. And that's going to be spider eyes, fermented spider eyes, glowstone, gunpowder, and just a few other things, right? What I really need here is some glowstone dust. I think that's the only thing in this ingredient list that I haven't been gathering. As I've been recording other episodes, I've known that we were going to do something like this. So I have been trying to kill as many spiders as I possibly can in my free time, and I think I've got enough spider eyes. So I've also made the fermented spider eyes as well, and now it's really just about getting this glowstone and brewing up all the potions, finding the end, and killing the dragon with it all. Alrighty, that's enough glowstone dust for this project. Let's make sure that we have all the other ingredients on hand, and let's get to brewing. Let's go through the process of how we're going to brew this. So first off, we're going to need nether wart, and that makes an awkward potion. Next, we put spider eye, and that will make a potion of poison. Next, with these fermented spider eyes, we put that in there, and you get the potion of harming, then glowstone. Then you get the potion of harming instant damage 2, and then you should be able to take gunpowder, and that'll make a splash potion of harming instant damage 2. And we need a bunch of these, like an inventory and then an entire ender chest full. And yeah, it should do a bunch of damage. And yeah, just like that, we should be able to kill the ender dragon using magic. So now that I've explained the brewing process and what we're doing here, let's go ahead and brew up some more potions, like 2 inventories full. Okay, brewing is done, and I'm very hopeful that this will be enough potions. From my testing, it should only be about an inventory and an ender chest full that I need. But I made myself a few extras just in case, and I'll probably put them in a chest outside of the end portal just in case I die or anything, because I really want to fight this dragon only with these potions. Yeah, so we got 3 barrels full just now, doing all this potion brewing. Next step, let's find that end portal. I was just starting to think that I was getting too low, but here we are. We will mark this off very well as the only place to get back up. Now let's go for a walkabout. Try to find it. Oh, that was lucky. Can you stop? Stop it! Stop it! Please. Good find. Go ahead and cover up this lava. And this one. Let's set this up like a home base. I just want to block off pretty much every other area in here from our entrance here so we don't get lost. Because I believe I came through here. Oh my lordy. Oh, go away. I think I'm going the wrong way maybe. I'm getting lost now. Great. Let's try to unlose ourselves. So I came from over here, I think. And through here. Right? Yeah, here we go. Okay. Came from here. You can't go through that door. We're gonna go through here. And now we don't want to go through that. We do want to go through here. And we don't want to go this way. At the moment. We could find stuff later, but for now, I just want to get myself directly here each time. So now we can set up a little chest and a bed, set our spawn. I guess I'll go ahead and do the honors. Now that that's done, it's time to run home, grab all of our potions, and come back here and get ready for the fight. He will do anything to get a sale, won't he? What are you doing, man? I don't need to buy any of this, man. I'll, just leave you and your llamas down here, I guess. Excuse me, pardon me. Just gonna scooch on by up the stairwell here. What the heck, dude? I'll mark my entrance with an iron door. There we go, a beautiful entrance. Alrighty, I have all the things that I need in here. I've got my entire inventory, and then we have this entire ender chest full. So hopefully that'll be enough. So now that we have all our stuff, we just need to get moving and get back to the end portal, and I guess get on with the boss fight. Oh, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, thank you. It is officially time for us to jump into this here portal and beat the game. I'm very scared, but I'm also ready to beat this game and beat the dragon with magic. Without further ado, we've got all of our splash potions of instant damage. Hopefully this will work. Let's get to it. Get our building blocks out. Get ready to jump in. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, good thing I brought these. Okay. Alright, let's get a lay of the land here. While we have these blocks here, make a spot that will be Enderman safe, just in case. And this will be where we put down our ender chest. I can also, while I'm sitting here, actually just anger one of these Endermen really quick. Get an ender pearl. This is getting bad. Oh man, this is not good. Okay, come back. Okay, need to kill this one Enderman, please. There we go. Okay, now we got an ender pearl, so we can clutch if need be. Got all these potions of harming. Take a run around, break some of these. We've only got a stack of arrows, so we gotta be a little bit more conservative with them. There we go. Okay, got one. There we go. Alright, that's another one. There's another small one over here we can get. Nice. Okay. This is an aggressive dragon. Just gotta focus. There we go. Okay, got it. Cool. How many more do we got? We got 55 arrows left. Let's get it. Get away from me, dragon. Alright, these ones look easy over here, right? Nice. Good shot. Come on. Can I hit that one? Oh, I hit the dragon. Whoopsies. There we go. Got it. Nice. There we go. Alright. There we go. I think I got them all. Okay. It is time to start setting up our killing stations. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, don't look at the Endermans. Alright, she is perched. Let's see. Oh, okay. I need to be a little bit further away, don't I? So let's knock these down. Let's bring them back just a little bit. I think that these should be far enough away, I hope. Oh, I just looked at an Enderman. Whoopsies. Kill this Enderman really quick before the dragon comes and gets me. Alright, there we go. kill her with magic. Oh, what a save! Oh my god, that was insane. We almost died. Perch. We need to strategize better because that one was rough. All right, let's see. And can I hit her with that? Oh yes, I can. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I got it. Feather falling. We're good. Thank God I do because I was slow on my reaction time there. It's a lot harder now that the pressure's on. Okay, there we go. All right. Ow. Man, I'm struggling. I'm starting to think this might not work. I'm coming for you, dragon. What is this dragon? The AI of the dragon this time is rough. Okay, we're good, we're good. We got a few more hits. I don't know if this is enough. I don't know if I have enough. I really can only throw about 2 at a time, I think. I don't know if there is a point where she is more vulnerable or not. There we go, just 2 at a time. 2 at a time and we can do this. There we go, okay. She's still at above half health. We have a bunch more though. Still got like half a chest full. Gotta be patient and make sure we hit our shots. It's not doing a lot of damage, is it? We are still knocking her health down, so we just need to keep doing it. Did I miss? Oh, I hit it! Okay. That one did less damage, though. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that missed? Oh, we might need to try something else. Yeah, we're getting pretty low on these potions. It's still possible. Getting sweaty, my hands are all sweaty. Alright, that was a good hit. That was a good hit. If I can hit each one like that, we have enough. I think. It's looking like we might need to re-up on these potions. Let's see what we can do with the last 2 that we have here. And if we can't, then I guess we might have to sacrifice our lives for a moment and go get some more. I don't think this one more is gonna do it. So we got a few more in the chest by the portal. I think we're gonna have to go ahead and go do that. Hello? Alright, it's chaos. It's time for plan B. Let's see if we can avoid this Enderman. Half a heart! Ah! Are they still after me? Oh, they are. No, I got an end to save. Oh, leave me alone. Oh, no! Alright, alright, alright. That's okay. Now we can actually finish this the right way, right? Let's do it. Let's go! Dive back in. Oh, I didn't think about this. Strap in because this is gonna take a while. Great. Well, there goes my plan. I have one last idea. It is a magical Hail Mary. So, let's do it. Come on, bed. Let's go. You're my last chance. So the idea is, we broke our respawn point so we can come back to our spawn. We're gonna grab ourselves a few more potions and we're going back. I don't care how long this takes. I'm dedicated. Gotta use all of our reserves. Let's see. Oh, and I've got enough cooked cod. Let's go. Let's get back out there. Just a reminder, this is a Forever World Let's Play, not a hardcore Let's Play. I want to kill this dragon how I want to kill this dragon. So, lock in. Let's go. So, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Oh, sorry, just gonna scoot past you there. Thank you. We're back, baby. Let's do this. I just did it again, didn't I? What is wrong with me? I'm stuck down here again. This time I'm just gonna be smart. I don't think I've ever been this patient in my life. We did it! We're back in the game. All right, let's do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's put on all of our armor again. It's time for you to get defeated with magic, madam. I can do this. I can do this. Let's go. Oh, one more. No. You're never going to want to perch again, are ya? Coward. Here we go. Here we go. This is it. This is the one. Goodbye, dragon. Let's go. Here we go. Yeah! Woohoo! Yes! Goodbye, dragon! Woohoo! Well, we did it. Oh, that's funny. Yay, we got the egg. Alright. It really looks like we performed some weird ritual here. But we really did it. In the weirdest way possible. And it was not clean, but I'm happy about it. I think we did a good job. I do not have the materials to go look for elytra at the moment. Let's go home and celebrate our victory there. Alright. And we are back. We did it. The sun is rising on a beautiful new day of the rest of history. We took it out with magic though. You can't say that wasn't the most creative way you've seen somebody kill the dragon, can ya? I'm happy about it. I know it took us a couple of tries and a couple of lives, but we did it! Anyway, that's all I have time for today. I'm gonna go grab an elytra at some point here. Maybe I'll put it in the next episode, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just have it in the next episode. We'll see. Depends on if I feel like it's entertaining. Thank you so much for checking out the channel and watching another episode of the Forever World series where we finally beat the game. We did it pretty creatively in a weird way that I think I've never seen before. Have you seen that before? If so, please let me know down in the comments. If you like the video, like it. If you like the channel, subscribe, stick around. We're growing a nice community here, and I would love it if you join. So thank you again for watching. I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome to episode 10 of the Forever World series. Last episode we beat the game in a way that I don't think I've seen anybody do before. Today we grabbed ourselves an elytra. Let's go do a little bit of end busting, get ourselves a few more elytras, and then we'll get some mending and unbreaking on them. And then we'll get to what we're doing today. And just like that, we're back. We have ourselves an elytra and a few other things from the end. Let's try out our new little landing pad here, see if we can make it. It kind of hurt, but that's fine. We are home, we have an elytra now, but I gotta get myself a mending villager. I used to have one, but he ended up dying, and I can't remember even how he died, but he did. So I gotta make myself a new one and also get an Unbreaking 3 one. why don't we go ahead and just do that real quick? Also talk about what we're doing in today's episode. Let's get to it. And now we have an elytra with mending and unbreaking on it. We also have an extra one in my ender chest. That's what we've done for the last couple of hours here, is just get that stuff together. Now if you look behind me, we have a mess of villagers back there. Oh, hi there. Okay. We have a mess of villagers in this village here. I know, I'm talking about you guys. I know I'm just staring off into space. I'm really, yeah, I'm sorry guys. Just give me a second, please. Okay. What I really want to do is in the next few episodes, take some time to actually revamp this whole entire little village here. Because as you can tell, we got a lot going on in the background here, but we just have a very basic village right in front of it all, and it really kills the vibe. So it would be cool to have some sort of larger path that maybe connects up to this path here, maybe from spawn, and then as we get into the main village part, maybe you can come out to these farmhouses and such. The main goal is to get rid of all these little basic structures and put these villagers somewhere safe for now, and then be able to actually make them some much better homes, farms, all the things that you might need in a village, and especially in a starter village. Hi Spider. Today it's about getting these villagers into a place where they are happy and safe and easily accessible, and then we can come back here, tear down this village, and start from scratch and start actually forming how we want this village slash starter spawn area to actually look. So yeah, we've already started on at least just getting rid of some of the extra little paths and replacing them all with grass blocks just to tidy it up a little bit. It's a lot more clean now with just one large path and then a couple others that actually have some meaning to them, like going to this house and coming off to this house, which connects to some other pathways. And yeah, that is the extent of the plans for today, is just to get these villagers in a safe spot, demolish this village, and get to planning and maybe build one of our first little village structures today. Alright, so we've got all of our villagers in a nice safe spot underground somewhere, and now I can go ahead and get to demolishing the village so that we can build it up that much better. Let's go ahead and get to it. Alright, we're back, and as you can see behind us, we have torn down that entire part of the village. Now it's just about figuring out what the heck we're about to do with this whole area here. From here, I think it would be cool to use this whole area, like all of this valley area, over to probably here or so, maybe right here. If we could turn this into like sprawling farmlands, I think having that sprawling area would be a nice use of all this valley here, and have like maybe one central road that goes through it that potentially connects up to where the spawn is right over here. Right now I think my idea is just to flatten this area out a little bit, and start potentially turning it all into some sprawling farmlands, and then put up a couple farmhouses while we work. This could all, be a one just sprawling farmland village area. Maybe potentially we could have some sort of larger built up infrastructure that would take you to some larger villages out this way, and maybe where there's the potential for actual imports and stuff like that on the coast here. But that is episodes and episodes away before I even start that project. Today we gotta start this project, which is in itself a very large project as well. I just really want to go ahead and make this space a little bit more functional and livable, and tell a little bit more of a story. So as we go from our spawn in the world over there, you want to be able to walk in and find yourself easily to this civilization here. We'll have a little bit more sparse civilization. We'll have maybe a couple of little farmhouses speckled throughout this valley, and then around them just a bunch of farmland. Maybe potentially a quarry here. Yeah, we'll just have to see how things go. But I think for now, we're going to tackle outside of this area, around down throughout this valley, maybe flattening it out just a little bit. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and start digging out some of this stuff. I find having a nice flat area that I can really visualize things on makes me much more productive, so just doing small things like covering up holes and flattening areas out really helps me out. It also makes the terrain look a little bit better in my opinion, so that's what I went ahead and did. So now that I've made this whole area how I like it, and a little bit smoother, and I've built out this road here that'll kind of lead you to the spawn area, it's time for me to start just placing a whole bunch of water so that I can come through here next and hoe it up and plant a whole bunch of wheat. This should all be sprawling wheat fields hopefully by the end of this. So that's the plan here. It's probably going to be better as a time lapse anyway. After hours of placing water and using multiple unbreaking hoes, I have finally finished this whole area. Now I just gotta go ahead and plant all the seeds. Hopefully I have enough of them. Although this is a fast time lapse, if you can look really closely in the background, you can see I definitely did not have enough seeds, and I had to keep harvesting my wheat fields in the back just to make sure that I had enough for this. And just like that, we are done with the wheat fields. We got this whole area over here that's almost all grown and ready to harvest, but it will never be harvested because it's aesthetics. And then we got this whole area here, this whole plot. Now, these areas over on the other side here, on this left side, I plan on doing some sort of a quarry kind of area in this spot here with lots of rock formations around it looking like they've been meticulously mined, and maybe we can put some sort of camp or some sort of masonry building where we can put some of our stonemason villagers who will sell stones, terracotta, quartz, that kind of stuff. And then up over in this area in the fields, we're going to do some rock formations here to make it look like it's a little bit cliffy and getting into the mountainous areas. And you'll come up here and we'll put a nice farmhouse right up here. Maybe next episode we'll get to covering the quarry. But yep, we're done with all the planting of the wheat, which took me hours. And it's nice to be finally done with that. So now it's going to be fun to actually use our creative brain a little bit more. First off, we got to make this connect up to the road. Let's get rid of some of my hard work here. We're done with the connection between this road and the coming house here. So we just pushed ourselves through this wheat field and put up some sparse fences with just some lanterns for lighting so that no mobs spawn on these little spots where they could spawn. I don't think they should be able to spawn out here because it's all farmland, but I could be wrong about that. Now we have to work on the actual landscaping of this raised kind of platform here for this house. I'm thinking of coming in and just getting rid of a whole lot of this stuff, and then we'll go in and give it some texturing, and we'll make it look a little bit more natural and a little bit more interesting. And now that all the dirt from this area here is gone, it's time to start actually shaping out how we want this to work and how we want these rock formations to look, and then we can get into some more texturing. So I'm thinking of going in here and just doing some like basic blocky shapes, but try to make them look a little bit more interesting. We'll just use some stone, tough, cobblestone, some moss blocks, and some mossy cobblestone. Maybe a little bit of cobbled deep slate. Okay, so here is a couple of very rough kind of shapes and gradients that I'm going to go with for the little rock formations around this area here. Now I just kind of got to go around and continue this gradient around. Then I can go in with walls and stairs and slabs and stuff and just do a lot more texturing to the actual shape itself. Maybe some of this stuff right here can kind of indent a little bit more because I want it to kind of have that look of like the tops just kind of careening out a little bit over these rocks here. Yeah, maybe something like this. Alright, and now we are back in our creative world here, and I have a little sketch that I made that I'm going to be trying to kind of replicate. I have gone ahead and just made a big flat space in what is now the space I'm going to be putting the house in my other world. It's not quite as refined as what I have going on in the other world, but this is just so I can get a sense of scale and space. I want to work with like a very small little farmhouse looking vibe, maybe kind of like a T shape, so let's go ahead and just kind of lay that out first. Okay, so it looks very ugly from this standpoint here, but this is the general shape of what we're gonna go for. I like that the roof takes up a lot of the space here, and then we'll do a lot of texturing in here and obviously detailing, and once we put it all together I think that this will be a pretty cool build. Yeah, overall this is made out of wool right now and it's looking pretty rough, but it's a farmhouse and it's not meant to look like the most spectacular thing ever, but I also think that it will have a cool vibe to it. It's gonna have a nice chimney coming up in the back here too, something like that. This doorway I actually plan on pushing out just a little bit, potentially, maybe it'll just be an awning kind of thing. And obviously it's not going to be this, it's going to be something else, maybe just slabs or something, or some other kind of roof, but yeah, that'll give it a little bit more dimension there too. And honestly, with this general shape here, I'm just going to go ahead and bring this into the survival world where we can start working on the details and the block palette. Welcome back to the survival world. Now we are going to use that schematic that we brought into the world behind us here, and we'll just go ahead and start filling in the foundation with some tough bricks, some polished tough, and mossy stone bricks, and maybe a few stone bricks here and there. For now though, let's go ahead and build this foundation and just get to work on the actual house here. Now with this foundation laid, it's time to start on the pillars on the sides of the house. So far I'm liking how this is turning out here. The windows are probably gonna have stairs at the very top of them there, upside down, so they look a little bit bigger, but they're still just too tall. Then we'll add a bunch of details like siding and stuff like that once we're all done, but this is the general palette that I'm gonna be going with for the whole rest of the structure. So yeah, I like this so far though. Now we just move on to the other sides. Now the inside on this room is going to be one block taller than the inside of this room here. So I'm gonna eventually have to take out this flooring and then add in some stairs and stuff so that you can come up here. It's gonna be a little bit cramped in these rooms, I'll say, but it won't be too bad. We can make it work. And we'll put a nice big window back here that looks off into the cherry trees in the mountains. We'll move this front entrance over one. There we go. And now we can just finish up these walls. Not so sure I care for this new leader thing, whatever that is. There's like leader mobs. Oh jeez. How they can have like tons more health than any other mob. I don't know, it's starting to get pretty dangerous out here. Gotta go get some more food. Just gonna make some more bread because it's easy. Eventually I need a gunpowder farm because I don't want to keep having to stop everything that I'm doing to just go kill some creepers real quick. Where'd you get that from, dude? Get out of my fields. Alright, 12 gunpowder. Very nice. All the base walls are completed and I'm liking them so far. I just really gotta do the detailing and like, you know, put together the rest of the house here, but I think that it's gonna look pretty cool once I'm done with it all. So beautiful. The sun coming up over the wheat fields. Okay, let's stop getting distracted. I want this to be one higher. Now we're actually done with the base layer. We can start working on the roof and then we can start doing the detailing. Then lastly, interior. So for the roof, I'm going to need some of the same materials as those roofs. Luckily I have plenty of bricks. I think I have dark oak wood over here at my wizard's tower, but we shall see. I forget I put all this work in over here. None. Nope, we didn't have it there. That's okay, because we can go and grab some saplings and we can just make some of our own. Let's see if we can grab some oak planks or logs so that I can make planks out of them. That actually might be enough slabs, but just in case we'll bring a few more because this is just going to be for the floor. Eventually this flooring won't be adequate and I will want to replace it, but for now it's fine. It's time to work on the roof. I'd say that this house is coming along. I like the roof shape here. I think it works pretty well. It's a little bit big, a little large for the structure itself, but that is what I was going for, a pretty large roof, and I think it'll work pretty good. Once we get all the details in and once we get the actual roof completely finished. So I'm just gonna kind of trust the process as normal. Every build goes through a little bit of a weird, ugly phase, I think, with me, and it ends up turning out pretty decent. So let's go ahead and finish up the actual roof itself, now that we have the shape all in. These kind of load-bearing beams that go on the roof here that connect. Now we're adding some siding and stuff to the house that'll give it some dimension here. Like this here, it's giving a little bit more of that kind of like Tudor kind of style. I think that's looking pretty cool. We're also gonna have to eventually get up here and fill it in with white or something else. For now, we're just going around and filling in these areas as best we can. Yeah, I think those look pretty cool. Alright, now a lot of the details are done, and now we have to do a few other things, like figure out where a chimney would go here. Maybe we take out this back window here and just put a fireplace. That could be a good spot, right up through here or something. I like that. I think that'll look good. And now that it's daytime and I can look at this a little bit better, I know that there's some stuff that definitely needs some refining on this roof here. And here in the middle, we just need to replace some of this stuff with spruce. few more little details. A few more spruce slabs like that. And trapdoors like that. That doesn't look too bad. Just need a little bit of dark oak in there. And I think that looks pretty cool. Now with the front part of the roof done, I gotta finish up the chimney there. That's looking pretty good too. It's a humble little farmhouse, but I think it's cute. It's a pretty cute little entry. We definitely need more lanterns though, so I'm gonna go do that. Now that the house is made, I have to do all the landscaping. So I have to kind of figure out what I'm going to do with this area up here. I think it's just a little bit too flat, so I might just go ahead and build out. I think that's pretty good there, and then maybe we do like one other one right around here somewhere. Maybe we could have it come down actually one. Yeah, that just gives it a little bit more texture to it. Next up, we need to actually do more of the stonework back here on this hill. I think it'll look good from this angle if we do a little bit more stonework behind it all. So let's get to it. It is a beautiful day on day 1000 in my forever world. It's a rainy day on day 1000. And now with all of this done, we have given ourselves even more room and even more space to work on some more projects in the future. But yeah, it is day 1000 in the forever world and we have done a whole lot. But first off, let's just take a stroll around what we've done in today's episode. We planted, I can't even tell you how much wheat, but I think there's a lot right there. A lot over there, and then a lot even more over there. So we have planted a bunch of wheat. We put up these cool little rocky cliffs and set up an area for this cool little house here. Made a little wagon, and we got a couple horsies waiting to pull it to transport this wheat. Inside the house here we have a cool little landing area, just with some boxes and a crafting table, maybe a sink or whatever for washing. We got a couple of farmers that live in here, and some space to put their wares and stuff, and then we can come and trade with them whenever we need to. We might end up moving a couple others in here at some point, or just making some more farmhouses around. But yeah, this is how the interior has come out of this house, and this will be a nice functional way to come and make some trades with these farmers every once in a while. One of my largest goals with this world is to have places where there's a purpose for going to them, so we're always visiting our world in all the different places that we build. And one of the main focuses of this area right here is to come and trade with farmers and get wheat and get some emeralds and stuff if we end up wanting to sell melons or pumpkins or carrots, potatoes, the like. We'll end up probably making a few more little farmhouses around and about some other areas over here. Yeah, let's come around the rest of the house. We've got these cool little supports here. We've got a cool little window over here. All these windows are nice and covered, and the whole house itself is just perfect for a little farmhouse that kind of looks over their large farm here. We've also got this back area where we will be putting in some more kind of stairs to gradually come up and around this, and then up and into our little cave up there, which will eventually turn into an actual cave and not just a big old tunnel. Yeah, we have checked out kind of what we've done today in this episode. We built all this farm area, which took a long time this episode. It's weird to admit, but I got like back pain in real life being a Minecraft farmer. I know it's pathetic, but I mean, I was playing for a long time and I sat in my chair wrong for a long time, and I ended up having some rough back pain this week. and I had to take a couple days off so I could like actually not sit in a chair all day and go touch grass and do some things. My job has me moving around a lot, but it's also got me sitting a lot too. And so coming home from work and then sitting down and doing hours of farm making for like 30 seconds worth of time lapses. It's all worth it right now because it's awesome, and I'm happy with it, and I wanted all this here, but at the time I was starting to get really, really burnt out. And my back hurt really bad. So I had to take a little break. I got sick. It was a whole ordeal. But thank you for bearing with me, and I really appreciate you. This has been an awesome first 1,000 days by any standard, and I'm just really excited to keep going. But having flattened this whole area here, it's given us a lot more room to start doing things like this house over here, and making more space for more villagers. Leave it to day 1000 to bring me a storm. Let's sleep through it. Does that make it day 1001? Yes, it does, but it made a beautiful, beautiful rainbow. I could never ask for more. It's been a great first 1,000 days. I'm so excited for where it goes next. Let's go check out some other stuff that we've done in this first 1,000 days. I did a little bit more over here. I'd say a lot more over here because I spent probably 400 or so days doing this too. Spending all that time working hard on all this stuff has been so rewarding. This whole valley was very, very different just recently. So it feels amazing to have this done, and for starting over here and really expanding a ton on this valley here. We are not done yet, as we have a lot more to do in this spawn area, but this was a great first start for it. Next, I think is going to be this area here, and then we'll just continue it out, and we'll continue it out that way, and spawn is right around here, so eventually we'll figure out something to do from spawn, and have it be a nice trail into this area, and then this world is prime for expansion eventually. But right now we're working on the next major project, which is getting this whole starter area how I like it, and then we can move on and continue out the world in multiple different directions. My goals now are just to get back to where we all started and just make it look as cool and interesting as I possibly can, and just build it up. But thank you guys so much for watching today's episode. I really appreciate you, and happy day 1000 to the Forever World. Thanks for sticking around, and thanks for checking me out for the first time if this is your first time. I will see you all in the next one, and I can't wait to see you there. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like the video, and leave me a comment of anything you like from the first 1,000 days or from today's episode, and also any suggestions that you have for the world. Again, I really appreciate each and every one of you individually. Anybody that leaves a comment, I will make sure I interact with. And yeah, we will see you in the next one. I'm gonna get back to work. Thanks again for watching. I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.